Minasan, get ready for these uncut early access Patreon exclusives. We're gonna have anime, we're gonna have TV shows, movies, and more. So go ahead and look at that link in the description below. Minasan, ohayo, konnichiwa, oyasumi. I'm Iris, and today we're doing movie versus book for Goblet of Fire. There was quite a bit of new characters in this movie, and there was a few that were in the book that weren't in the movie. And yeah, I just want to get right into this. I know this is going to be a long one. If you see me looking down, it's me looking at my notes. I've taken so many notes. Bear with me on this one. So let's just get right into the characters. So we got Ron's brothers, his older brothers. They were not in the movie, unfortunately, but we had Bill, who is, works for the bank, and we had Charlie, who works with the dragons in Romania. And we learned that Percy works for the ministry now. He is Crouch Senior's employee. He's taking his job very seriously. What department do they work for? International Magical Cooperation. So yeah, he's the head of that department. Crouch Senior is a part of head of that department. And then we had Bagman, who is over magical games and sports. And Bagman is I was giving him more credit than he did. Like, I'm always thinking like, oh, he's doing something, he's plotting. This guy is just chugging along. Like, he don't like, does he even know what's going on? Then we got Mad-Eye Moody, which technically wasn't him. No, it wasn't. That was actually Crouch Jr., who we learn is a Death Eater. And then we get those new schools that came for the competition at Hogwarts. So we got Madame Maxine, who is the headmistress for the Beauxbatons, and Fleur is their champion. We got Igor, who is the headmaster for the Durmstrangs, and Crumb is their champion, and he is also a professional Quidditch player. And then we had Cedric, who is the Hogwarts champion, who is a part of the Hufflepuff house. And somehow Harry becomes the 4th champion, and basically this is like a mystery. Who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? Very, very interesting. So yeah, let's just get right into the plot. When we start this off, it's kind of just, it's similar to the movie where it's from this man's point of view, and we learn that his name is Frank, and he has been a caretaker of this house, of these rich people who are very rude. Their son is also rude. But there's been this rumor, for years, because 50 years ago, there was 3 bodies found in this house. The family that lived here, like I said, nobody liked them anyway. But it was all very suspicious because, the parents and their son Tom were all healthy. When they did the autopsy, they were all healthy. It was just weird because they had these horrifying, like, frightened looks on their faces. So it's all been very mysterious, but most people believe that it was Frank. He was arrested. He told the police like there was this weird kid hanging around the premises. nobody ever cared. Like, they were just like, they were just saying that he made up stuff. But, you know, he was released. He always was the caretaker. It was always some rich owner over this house. And I'm assuming that, you know, Tom bought it as like a safe house. But which, it's not really, because people who know your real identity, know that most likely you're going to be whatever. But, you know, it makes it all, I got to the point where I realized with this, like, the movie TV adaptions, it's like they assume that we've all read the book and we know what's going on. Because when I watched it, I'm like, who is this random man? Why is he going into these people's house just because he heard a noise? But, you know, we learned that there's always been kids trying to break in and have fun and like have parties in this house. Especially if they think it's like haunted or something. They really gonna be up in there. But he's just thinking it's some kids that he could run off. He's not gonna call the police because obviously he has just pure distrust for the police. So he goes in the house. He hears Tom and Peter talking. Crouch Jr. was not in the house. But Tom basically tells Peter, like, he believes that he's getting the vibe that Peter doesn't want to be here, that he's disgusted with him and he feels like he chose the wrong side. Of course, Peter is denying everything. Tom is like, you know, we have this plan and you better build up the courage or you're gonna feel my full wrath. Peter brings Bertha there, and because obviously this is where they got information from. Tom has been torturing her, probably having a ball. She is completely, like, I think he basically says he ruined her, like, there's no way she's coming back. So he's milked her for everything. And yeah, he basically says something that was like a foreshadow of what's gonna happen. He hints at giving a task that his followers will give their right hand for. Tom, you sly dog, you. Because Peter about to give that hand up for this ritual. He's like, I'm letting you think it's a joke. Like, I'm just like, you know, they would do this for me, but you about to do this for me, you know? So Harry wakes up from this dream. He's still with the Dursleys. The Dursleys with their usual nonsense. Harry's still sort of threatening them, you know, talking about Sirius and okay, let's go back a little bit. When Harry wakes up from the dream, his scar is hurting. He's wondering if he should tell people. I feel like he's always hesitant because he doesn't want to feel like he's complaining or people. He's just gonna be another weird thing that he's doing. Because sometimes I get that feeling like he's hearing or seeing stuff or something's going on and everybody's like, Harry, you're the only one who is going through this right now. So yeah, I think he's hesitant to tell anybody, but he wants to tell Sirius. He's been in contact with Sirius. They've been exchanging letters over the summer. So yeah, he's more inclined to tell him. The Dursleys are complaining because they get a letter from Mrs. Weasley. She has sent them a letter. Like I said, she's covered the whole thing, the whole top with stamps. Of course, Vernon is flipping out because the mailman is like, what's this? So she somehow brought negative attention towards them, which I'm pretty sure the mailman forgot the next day, but Vernon in his head. But he's basically like, what the heck is wrong with these people? Harry's like, oh, they want me to go to the Quidditch game, to the World Cup. And of course they have something to say. And Harry's like, you know, I could contact my godfather, and I don't know if y'all want that, because like if I tell him I wasn't able to go, that I'm upset about that, or if y'all try to stop me, he doesn't get a letter. I don't think either situation is gonna work out for y'all. I'm like, dang, Harry, you low-key threatening him right now. Harry is about it. Ron, I'm trying to figure out so Ron sent another letter. I don't know if Ron sent another letter, because I mentioned something about the tiny little owl bringing him a letter. I'm assuming he's asking like, oh, did you get the letter Mom sent, this and that. Can't remember because I didn't fully write. I'm sorry about that. But the Weasleys came by flu powder, scared the Dursleys to death. I would be scared too. These people just popped up into my fireplace. What the I'm assuming Vernon is just having a hard time. The owls are everywhere. He's just boarded up the fireplace. So now they're stuck in the fireplace. That's a whole thing. The twins, with their nonsense, you know, they're trapping Dudley, because, you know, he's on a diet right now. They put a toffee down, and of course he eats it. Oh, a random toffee on the ground. Let me eat that. His tongue is like 4 feet long, just swollen. Petunia is screaming. Like, it's just a lot going on. It's purple right now. Can he breathe? I don't know. I mean, he's still alive, so we're gonna assume his nose is working. Something's going on. And I mean, Arthur offers to help, and they're screaming like, no, don't do anything. He's like, I can stop it from happening, and they're freaking out because we don't want magic, but it's already magic here, so let me fix it. So they went back and forth. He sent the kids off. He fixes it. Of course he's mad at the twins. Why would y'all do that? They're like, technically. Oh, the twins are amazing. So we get to the Burrow, and we meet Charlie, like I said, who works with the dragons. And Bill, he's very impressed. He's like, he looks so cool. Why does he look so cool? He has these earrings, and he's got this whole thing with the hair going on. Percy, we already know his deal working with the ministry. He's making a whole big deal out of it. The twins talk about wanting to open a joke shop. Miss Weasley she's not with it. Percy mentions Bertha, who was missing for over a month after her trip to, where was it? Albania. And if y'all recall, Dumbledore has mentioned there was talk about Tom being in Albania. So, not a good look for Bertha. She's been missing like at least a month. Maybe, I think it was more than a month. And Bagman, okay, so the fact that people keep talking about Bagman, I'm assuming she was a part of his department, because they're like, Bagman has not been looking for her. Like, literally gone for, one of your employees has been missing for a month, and he's just like, oh, she's scatterbrained, like, she's probably just lost, and she'll be all right. Sir, like, that's actually really sad. Like, it doesn't matter if someone is scatterbrained. to be missing for over a month. You think she's just, what do you think she's doing? Just frolicking through the forest, met a Tarzan dude somewhere, and is just living happily ever after? What do you think is going on where she hasn't made contact and is just like, she's fine though? That part really irked me in this book, and of course it irked Percy and Arthur as well, because Percy, he doesn't like Bagman, obviously. Like, he makes it known he doesn't like him, but he basically talks about Mr. Crouch being concerned about the fact that she's been missing, and people keep asking Bagman about it, and he's just blase, you know? So they talk about the World Cup and the fact that last time it lasted 5 days. Please tell me there was breaks. Like, it's nighttime. At least, like, okay, if we say it's like 11 midnight. Okay, break, will come back in the morning. Don't tell me it was a continuous whole 5 days. That's crazy. So they talk about, you know, Portkeys being used, and the reason that they do it is because they don't want the wizards to basically clog Muggle transportation. They don't want it to be a whole bunch of wizards just, and they don't need to be around. They act like they don't ever go. That's one thing that's confused me about the wizard world. Like, do they never go outside? They don't go anywhere. Like, they only go to magical places, and it's like they don't ever, like, the fact, it seems like they don't have that much contact. They are always surprised about stuff. Like, they're surprised about everything, and it's just like, you guys are never around Muggles ever. Like, how do you get through your whole adult life and never, I guess. So what they do, they come within a week's time. You know, this group of people comes and this group of people comes. They don't want it to look too suspicious for like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people to just appear in one spot. And then they have like all these charms on the area where the World Cup is going on, where basically if a Muggle comes anywhere close, they automatically remember, like, of course it's a fake memory, but they're like, oh, I have an appointment at so-and-so, I need to go, and they just run off somewhere. So they never really come in contact with this area, which I think is pretty awesome. What confuses me though is that they have Muggles like guiding people, and like, I don't know if they were taking tickets or money, or I think they were taking money, and it was just like, but they are in like this random area where nobody's at. So why is it Muggles doing this? Was it just like, oh, we don't want to do this, so we're gonna have a Muggle? Like, you could have just had a low level person be like, you know, when you entry level, you gotta do this. But why is it a Muggle here? It was very confusing. And it's his whole family. Why is his whole family here? Do they just live here? I'm gonna let it go. So they also, which is a cool little thing that they don't really explain, is that they make the Portkeys look like random stuff that people wouldn't want to touch. Like, they make it look like litter. Like the fact, like, a random like old junky boot. Who's gonna touch that? Nobody, unless they're like, oh, I want to clean the environment. That's the only reason somebody would be touching that, because ew. So basically they make Portkeys look like litter, and then how they were explaining it, they said that I think they're like one use, or like it stops working after a day. It's either after the first time they travel somewhere it stops working, or after the first day it just stops working. So I'm getting a little off track here, but we end up meeting Cedric and his father, and his dad is like kind of weird. He's basically he makes digs at Harry. He says that the best man won the Quidditch game and he can tell his kids about beating Harry Potter one day. He's completely ignoring the fact that Harry fell off his broom, and bro, I was attacked and fell off my broom, and he's like, it doesn't take a genius to know who is the better flyer. It also doesn't take to know, like, you're just omitting facts. You're ignoring the fact that it wasn't Cedric's flying skills that, stopped Harry or made him fall off his broom. He was attacked by Dementors. And he's talking about Cedric is a better flyer, sir. What are you talking about? So yeah, like I said, I think the port keys are single use. They had like I said, the Muggle managing the payments for the campsite and use memory charms on him at least 10 times a day. What was the purpose of that? I don't know. So they actually talked about a bunch of different things, about a few different people, different wizards in other cultures. They also talked about the Salem Witches Institute from America. So I was like, I see y'all. That's cool. He saw many wizards from all over the world, and I think this is the first time it's hit Harry, like, we're not the only, like, the people that I see in this area in London or on the outskirts, we're not the only wizards out here. It's a lot of us. It's just, like I said, they don't have a lot of contact with those people. So Ron talks about Crumb, how awesome he is, and that he's around 18 years old. They saw a lot of students. They even saw Oliver, the Quidditch captain. I think he's graduated by now. Oh yeah, because they said he signed on as a reserve for a Quidditch team. That's pretty cool. There was a lot of foreign schools, and Bill was once a pen pal of some guy in Brazil, but they unfortunately, when he was talking to the pen pal, they were supposed to, like, they wanted Bill to come and they couldn't afford it, and he had some kind of, I think he sent him some kind of, like, weird charm that, like, kind of like a gag thing where something bad happened, but it wasn't nothing crazy happened, like super duper crazy would have been like super offensive. I think it was just like, I don't know if the boy thought that he was lying and he just sent something like, oh, bet you don't want to pull up on me, boom boom, That's at least how I remember it. Like, it was nothing too bad. So yeah, like I said, they had the charms to keep muggles out. And I didn't realize when they were talking in the movie about some guy getting them tickets for the game, it was actually Bagman, which makes sense. He's over, magical sports and games and whatever else. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. He used to be a professional player, and they talk about, I think, his nose being kind of crooked, like he probably like had some accident during a game or something, and he just never got back how it used to be. Yeah, they talked to him. He's still dismissive about Bertha. Even when Mr. Weasley asks if he'll look for her, he's still like, you know, you know how she is. Bill and Charlie did come to the game. So yeah, it was quite. So Bagman got them a lot of that's a lot of tickets. That's actually a lot of tickets. Harry thought that he saw Dobby there. It was a house elf, but it was a female house elf. Her name is Winky. She's pretty cool. She said that, she knew Dobby, but he's kind of weird now. He's super proud about being freed, and he talks about like wanting to have fun and being paid. He's a disgrace. House elves have this like super, basically other house elves will be happy just to have like a kind master and like good living conditions. That's all they want. They don't want to be free. If you're set free, it's like, what was wrong with you type thing, which is actually pretty upsetting and sad. But yeah, they think Dobby is like mentally ill. Like, that's how everybody makes him seem in this book. Well, other house elves make him seem. Winky talks about, being made to stay up there by her owner, even though she's scared of heights, which they're like, that's messed up. Why didn't they get somebody else to come up here when they know you're afraid? And her master never even comes up there. So yeah, they were in this box, like I said, the whole fam, Winky, and the Malfoys pull up. So Malfoys, including Draco's mom, they were actually all in the same box. So it was them, Fudge, and the Bulgarian minister. Why did they change? They just wanted to make a conflict, and I feel that would have been like, I don't understand why they took that part out of the movie. Because I feel like that was a big hint of trying to figure out what happened with Harry, Crouch, and Winky. Like, okay, they were all in the box. Why was Winky in the box and her master never came? And then the Malfoys, in this box too. And that makes them look suspicious. So it's like, because it's not actually telling what happened. Like, some obvious things, like with Lupin and them showing, like, of course I didn't catch it because I don't know where my head was at, but with the moon and the clouds and stuff, how they made that more obvious in the movie than in the book, where they just said it was a crystal ball. But with this, they take out like an important part. Like, for what? You didn't have to show that's before the Quidditch game even starts. I don't know. I wish they kept that part in there because I feel like it was important. So yeah, of course, once we see the Malfoys, Lucius has to make some kind of stupid comment talking about, did they have to sell their house to get these tickets? Bro, mind your business. How about that? Mind your business. So for the Quidditch game, it was Bulgaria versus Ireland. Yeah. So for the Bulgarian mascot, they had the Vila, who are doing this like hypnotic dance. They're like, everybody is like in awe of these, creatures. I want to know what they look like. Dang, that sucks. I like, of course, they're these beautiful, you know, they're beautiful, but I want to know what they actually look like, you know? And then for Ireland, they have leprechauns as their mascot. And, you know, throughout the game, we having a good time. The leprechauns are throwing the gold. And Harry bought the homunculus for his crew, which are basically like binoculars, but they can slow things down, rewind. And they actually explain some of the Quidditch moves, like, oh, that thing that they just did, it's called this and this, and like it just gives these full details of what, you know, is going on in the game, which I feel like is very cool. I mean, I feel like that's a lot going on because you hear Bagman talking about the game. You have to read all this stuff, and Harry realized at one point, like, okay, I need to stop with this. I know they're moving quick. They can hardly see at some points what's going on, and Harry was slowing stuff down. He was like, wait, what just happened? It's like, Harry, like, keep it on just regular speed, because when somebody makes a point, you're not gonna know what the fuck is going on. So yeah, Harry was just like, you know what, forget it, I'ma just let it do what it do. So Ireland was like, I wish they freaking put the game in the, like, I'm gonna go back and look at my face, because I know I was so disappointed when they didn't show the game.
Let the match begin!
Man, y'all couldn't put it in the budget? Wow. I was actually... That is so messed up. I know the movie was already long, and they probably didn't want to put that budget in, because it's a lot of going on in the game. But it's like... but... But it was because there was moments where it was like the mascots were like battling each other, stuff was going on, the Vila were like seducing the crowd, and Harry and Ron almost like fling themselves off the edge to get to them, and the leprechauns, like I said, they're dancing, throwing money. Of course we pocketing some of that, and the Vila actually, who did they seduce? Was it the referee? It was somebody, and they had to like snap them out of it. But yeah, like I said, it was a lot of cool moments going on, and I think Ron gave Harry some of the gold, like, oh, bro, you didn't have to buy me those homunculus, like, here's some money, whatever. Harry took it, of course. He's like, bro, I don't care about that. Even though, you know, Harry is, I know he feels bad about their money situation. So when he has a chance to help them out and give them something, it's always like, bro, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to pay me back. So, Crumb got the snitch, and Ireland still won because they were so far ahead. I think it was at that point, it was like, okay, we need something. We're gonna lose anyway. I'm gonna just get the snitch, and, you know, we can be celebrated for that part, even though, you know, we didn't win. So they had actually I think both teams came up to the box they were in, and I'm pretty sure that's because the ministers were in the box. They gave them the little cup, you know. So that night, you know, they go back to all the fam, go back to the tent, everybody's going back to sleep, and Arthur wakes them up like, something going on, everybody get your stuff together, put some shoes on, something. We gotta get out. We gotta go. So there was hooded figures just destroying stuff, and they actually had the Muggle. That's why they were there. The Muggle family. They were parading them around. They had them in the air, all turned upside down. Have they butt cheeks showing? Not they butt cheeks, but you know, they had their underwear, and they were just making a fool out of them. And people just like spectating, laughing. Of course, some people are freaked out because, like I said, they're attacking stuff. But they were just playing around with the Muggles. Like, still, who decided to let them here? I don't freaking know. It seemed like it was more harm than good. Like, what was the pros of them being there? Other than we just made this plot point. Because then they're going to bring it up again. So it's just like, this is a thing now. So, of course, you know, the kids is running. I think Arthur and the older brothers run to help. And the kids go off in their own do their own thing, trying to get away. They go into the forest. They see Draco. Draco's basically saying of course he's saying crazy stuff. He's telling Hermione she should run because, you know, mudbloods count. He's just chill. He's relaxed. He's not afraid at all. And Ron is ready to throw hands. Like, who are you talking to? I don't care. We're gonna fight in this forest. Ron and Harry, both of them basically said, like, you acting like this because your parents is out there, huh? They the ones in these hoods, huh? And he never denied it. So they leave him and they run into Bagman. And he doesn't even know what's going on. Like, where were you? Well, you was just out here in the middle of the night in the forest, sir? So, yeah, so they're in this clearing now. And there was some unknown, like, person that they heard over here somewhere. And the dark mark appears, and that's when, you know, the wizards come. They're like, what the and off rip is they just firing on them. I feel like this is equivalent to, like, somebody putting some, like, horrible symbol for a horrible group in, like, tagged somewhere, and as soon as the police get to this area, they shoot whoever is next to it. Like, say somebody graffiti some horrible symbol on a wall, and there's some people standing underneath it, and they just start shooting them as if they the one who, like, that. I feel like that's the equivalent to what they did. Like, oh, you're underneath it, you did it, I'ma shoot. Y'all are professionals. Y'all have common sense. Y'all fight, right? Like, y'all didn't see that these were kids. Y'all didn't ask questions. I thought y'all job was to, you know, put people on trial and stuff like that. But you just see people and start shooting. All right. And it was at least 20 plus people shooting at them. Like, what are y'all? That is definitely on the list of things that is annoying and baffling to me. But I'm not going to pretend like that kind of stuff doesn't happen. Especially, I mean, it happens in real life too. Like, people are so afraid of a situation, of what it could be, that they just react. But it's like, this is your job. You should be trained. If you are that like spooked about stuff, you shouldn't be in this line of work. That's just the end of it. You either need more training or this shouldn't be your job. Because of course, like, if you are in the Ministry of Magic, you should just know your job is freaking dangerous. And say if you're in a department that don't have nothing to do with dangerous situations, don't offer to go into a dangerous situation if you can't handle it. Whew. Bro, because the fact, I think it's just the fact that they could have seriously killed or injured one of these kids because they were afraid. And they just, let me calm down. I think Crouch might be the worst one though. Just like in the movie, in the book, same situation. He's like, even after he figures out it's kids, he has his wand in their face. Like, he gets in their face. So yeah, he's in there. He's in Ron's face, accusing them of doing the spell. But then, this is how we learn that he's like, something's wrong with him, because like all the other wizards there realize their mistake, and they're like, of course they're not agreeing with him. They're like, bro, these are these are young teenage kids. Like, what opportunity would they have to be a part of the Death Eaters, other than their parents being a part of the Death Eaters, or someone bring, you know what I mean? Like, you should be looking for the people that was in the hoods. That's who, at minimum, look for those people who were like terrorizing the Muggles, not these teens in pajamas. And not, like I said, not that it couldn't be possible, but like, don't. That's like like I said, like having a gun to a kid's face. Like, that's how extreme a wand can be. So don't like bro. I feel like if I was Mr. Weasley, it wouldn't have been I would be in trouble, because obviously he's higher up in me in the ministry, and I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Like, bro, you're pointing a weapon in my child's face with no evidence. Are you insane? Yes, the answer is he is, but oh shoot. Okay, anyway, let me so this is when Diggory, that's Cedric's dad, right? He found Winky in the bushes with Harry's wand. Now this is serious. Other creatures, like humans, should be the only ones with wands, basically. I guess that's one of their laws. Like, a house elf having a wand is illegal. So he's off top accusing Winky. Like, then Harry, it's like, okay, you go from Winky to Harry to Winky. Like, y'all need to get it together. So yeah, then he's blaming Winky again after figuring out it was Harry's wand. And then Crouch is off top insulted because this is his house elf. So he's like, you're implying that I taught my house elf how to make the dark mark. Winky would not say what or who she saw in the trees, or I think she either didn't say who was there, or she said she didn't see anything. Like, it was one of those. But Mr. Weasley says that the Death Eaters used to kill Muggles for fun and probably got drunk and harassed them. So they think that's like what happened with that whole situation by the tents, by the camp that was set up. So they don't know if the dark mark was a warning for those wizards, or like, so basically they're saying we don't know if the dark mark was a warning to these Death Eaters or if it was a warning to the Wizarding World. I had never thought of that because when they once again, they don't explain in the movie, which, like, I can't blame them because they only have so much time. They basically say, if you care, go read the book. Which I can't, like I said, I can't blame them. But in the movie, they made it seem that the person who made the mark was with the Death Eaters. But right now, they're basically saying, you know, they not really doing what the Death Eaters used to do. Death Eaters used to kill muggles. Now they're out here just bouncing them in the air. Like, what are y'all doing? And then on top of that, you know, you're not actually doing what you're, like I said, you're not at the minimum doing the fun things that Death Eaters used to do, let alone where is your master at? So is it a warning for them or is it a warning for the wizards? So yeah, I feel like that I wish that was a part of, at least that sentence, like that could have been a quick moment where they could have been like, or correct me if I'm wrong if they said it or not, but like, oh, I wonder if that mark is to warn the Death Eaters, you know, who abandoned Tom, or is that for the Wizarding World? Is that for us? That could have been a quick sentence to make you think like, oh crap, Tom might actually be mad at these people who, like, they haven't been keeping in contact. So I feel like that would have been a quick little thing that they should have added. You know, when we get back, Hermione is upset, you know, all this stuff about the house elves. You know, she's still activist out here, and she's really upset about Crouch firing Winky. It wasn't her fault. As far as we know, she was just in the woods trying to, you know, follow orders, just as she did when she was out there in that box by herself, scared. All she ever did was try to help her master, and he fired her. Another part that surprised me is that they had to sleep at the campsite and, you know, the next day take the port key back to the Burrow. I guess they didn't have a choice. I'm assuming it's not easy to just make a port key, or the ministry didn't just let people leave like off top, because I guess they couldn't I don't know if it was because the kids couldn't use those spells, you know, yet to just go back home, because I know for sure I wouldn't want to sleep there after all that stuff that just happened. We gotta sleep here? Tripping. So when they get back home, Mrs. Weasley is sobbing and yelling, because she heard, you know, some of the stuff that went on, and she was scared because she was like, could my last conversation with the twins been about, like, yelling about a test, the OWLs, and like them picking a job that I don't like? Would that have been my last conversation, is me yelling at my kids? So she was sobbing, which, I mean, that was so sad and so cute, because of course people don't think about that kind of stuff. Like, you know, people just living life, being, you know, she's a concerned mother, and at some points, you know, her way of showing that is being strict with her kids. So to think that would have been some of the last, that probably would have ate her alive. She would have thought about that for the rest of her life if she lost her kids. That's so sad. I know that part kind of hit me, because I was like, that so I didn't even think about that. Like that mom wasn't there, and that, you know, she had just got done arguing with her kid, the twins. So, you know, they hugged it out and they made up. So we see that the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, on her mess, she went in on the ministry for letting dark wizards go unchecked. So she's claiming that, I think she claims several bodies were moved, as in people were dead. She's just saying that the ministry is incompetent and they just let dark wizards do what they want to do. They went out here and, you know, messed up the World Cup, and who's looking for them? Are they trying really? Who knows? Follow up next week. Oh god, she's a trip. So Harry tells them about his dream and is convinced that Trelawney was right about the servant returning and Tom becoming stronger than ever before. Yeah, that's reasonable. Peter is here. We know Peter ran off. The logical conclusion, the fact that we know that he was Tom's subordinate before, why would he not run back after he's been exposed? He's gonna want that protection because people know he's still alive. And most likely he's gonna be helping Tom get his body back. So somehow Rita found out about Bertha being missing without any investigation. So now that's another thing the ministry is looking bad for. We get the list of the things that they need for school. That whole thing, you know, I don't like how, of course, once again, they can't show a whole bunch of stuff, but the whole thing with Ron and his dress robes, we had a little scene in the book where Miss Weasley gave him the dress robes, and I mean, it was on the list of things they needed, and you can tell, like, basically she's embarrassed because it's secondhand. They in the movie, I think Ron said something like it's smelling like his aunt. So I think I assumed that it was some kind of like heirloom, like it was passed down. People just kept some of the older clothes that might have been fancy back in the day, but now you like, who is wearing that? But it was actually like secondhand, and she's a little embarrassed about it. Hey, Harry gets these normal, like, dark green looking robes. Ron's like, what? What I know 1000% is that I would have not worn those. Like, I'm not gonna say nothing to moms because she can't help it, because they need to prioritize other stuff. And I probably would have felt bad the fact that she brought these robes and I'm not gonna wear them, because I'm not gonna wear them. Like I said during the reaction, I'm not, like, I'm gonna wear my regular uniform, or I'm not. I don't know, I can't go. I'm not wearing, I'm gonna show up in my uniform. If they say something, I don't have any, something happened to them, I'm here now. Are they gonna kick me out? We'll see. That's just how that would have went. Oh yeah, so boom bam, the first time we see somebody talking in a fireplace was actually Diggory talking to Arthur about Moody and some crazy stuff going on. He has to hurry up and get down there. Basically, the Muggles called the police on Mad Eye because of noise coming from the backyard. He thought it was trespassing and jinxed everything in sight. So now Arthur needs to come up there and bail him out, or like get him out of this situation. So basically that was a hint that this is when he was kidnapped. Because in the movie it was very unclear when this switch could have happened, if we had met him at some point. I think when you think about it later on, they kind of make it a little obvious that it was not him from the beginning, because when he first appeared in the dining hall, he was chugging that like flask. So I think they were trying to show you then, like, from the beginning, it wasn't him. He was drinking the polyjuice potion to keep his transformation. You never met Moody. So the kids kept making fun of Percy for talking about his job and Crouch needing him. And one of them said, maybe Crouch is close to learning your name. Like, basically saying, like, you're obsessed with him and this job, and he probably doesn't even know you really exist. Poor Percy. So when they was taking the kids, they took them to the station by taxi, which I was a little surprised about. The taxi dude was like, what the heck? Charlie said, I might see you guys soon, which is like, you might see us when you what? Bill said he wished he was still at Hogwarts, so he's like hyped up and like why would you say that, big bro? Why would you want to be back? I mean, I know it was Hogwarts is cool, but why would you randomly just want to be there? So they're like, what's going on? What's this? Y'all keep hinting at stuff. Yeah, so the whole family is basically hinting at something cool and amazing happening this year at Hogwarts. On the train, we see Draco. He spoke about Durmstrang and students learning dark arts, and they don't allow Muggle-borns being there. And Lucy's kind of wanted him to go there. Another interesting thing that I think I didn't realize is, because they talk about them not knowing where Durmstrang is that all magical schools are concealed. I think Hermione sort of mentions, well, she says that people can't apparate, they can't just appear at the school, but I never really realized that people didn't know where Hogwarts was. Like, I figured that Muggles wouldn't know, but the fact that, like, just any wizard couldn't just come to, like, they don't know where it's at. So that's pretty cool. Which, I mean, that makes sense. You don't want a whole bunch of, like, the whole world to have access. Like, yeah, you don't want the whole world to have access to the school, especially if you know there's, like, I don't know, it's weird, because when you think about, like, the real world, like, you could just look up a school and go to it, but it makes sense that they would want to protect them. And they're, like, living there for the whole school year. So it's like, do you just want any wizard to just pull up? Yeah, I think that's cool. They shouldn't. Every school should be like that. That's cool. So Ron, I think they were talking about the type of climate, and it's probably like a cold place. And Ron says, imagine how easy it would have been to push Draco off a glacier. Ron, don't say that in front of nobody else, because that sounds like attempted murder. So Draco sees I think he threw like the dress robes over one, like the owl cages or whatever, and Draco makes fun of his dress robes and asks if they entered for the money. His dad said it's probably too low. They're probably too low level to know what's going on. So obviously, Lucius told Draco about what's going on this school year, and that Arthur and his son Percy probably don't know what's going on because they're too low level in the ministry. No, they're just following rules because they said that they can't tell anybody what's going to be happening. So your dad just doesn't follow rules. That's what that is. So when they get to the school, it's storming, it's pouring, and of course Peeves is throwing water balloons and all kind of crazy stuff. They need to do something about this ghost. Peeves is like a menace. And it was kind of cool because Harry says that this is the first sorting ceremony he's seen that hasn't been his. I was like, let me think. Chamber of Secrets. What? Is that the one when they had the car? Or was that Prisoner? Dang, I'm already forgetting stuff. So what happened in those two where they didn't see? I know one of them was the car situation. But what was the other one? Holy crap, my memory is crazy. So yeah, it's a cool little like tidbit for the dining hall though. That the ceiling kind of mimics what's going on outside. So when that whole, I was confused about what was happening in the movie. I'm like, why is it lightning and stuff striking in this dining hall? It's because it was storming like crazy outside, and the ceiling was mimicking what was going on. So that's a cool little tidbit that I didn't realize. So the Sorting Hat does a different song every year, which I think me and Harry did not know. So he talks about like the Gryffindor, the wizard, the dude, one of the founding wizards of Hogwarts, making him, and all the founders putting their essence inside the Sorting Hat because when they passed away, they will be able to accurately pick for each house. That's cool. That is so cool. Like, and then they're able to somehow read people's character in their minds, and then are able to accurately choose which house they belong to, but still take into account, like Harry, what house they also want to be in. So Nick said, Nearly Headless Nick says that Peeves made a mess of the kitchen and that Bloody Baron is the only one who can tame him, and the house elves have been terrified. Bloody Baron, that's the ghost over that's with Slytherin. But how is they saying that he's the only one? What about the professors? I know sometimes he runs from them, but it's like, y'all need to get this ghost together. The fact that he's like destroying the kitchen and like harassing the house elves is not cool. But then that's when Hermione is completely shocked. She did not know it was house elves in Hogwarts, and she's like, why haven't I ever seen them? I think that's what Nick is basically saying, like, that's a part of their job. They're not supposed to be seen. They just clean, cook, and handle business around the school. You're not supposed to be able to see them. So I think they said they have at least 100 of them in their employment. I think that's some of like the most house elves in employment in Britain. So Nick was laughing at Hermione when she was talking about they should be paid and they need sick leave. She's trying to create a whole union for them. They not going for that, Hermione. Yeah, he was laughing so hard his head was like falling off. Ron is still making light of it. Like I think Ron, I was confused kind of why he was acting like this, but it kind of, when you really think about it, it makes sense that Hermione will be advocating for them because she grew up in a Muggle family. This is not something she would ever see. The fact that they are essentially, they have slaves, like that's what they are. Even if they want to be, like, Hermione is thinking they don't know what they can have. That's why they're happy with it. So she's trying to advocate for them. And Ron is kind of like brushing it off because this is what he grew up knowing about. Like, he knows he doesn't have any because I'm pretty sure they explained that this is something that, you know, what rich people have. They have the money to afford to buy a house elf, but he knows that this is a natural part of their society, and technically he's not thinking of the fact that most people aren't like beating or doing anything crazy to their house elves. I mean, we know that these dark wizards they're crazy anyway, so of course they don't care about their employees, but because we see freaking Lucius kicking and doing all kind of stuff to Dobby, but for the most part Ron is just like, that's just what goes on, you know. So he makes light of all the times that Hermione is like trying to help the house elves. So I think I came to that conclusion because at first, like I said, I was like, why is Ron kind of low-key tripping? But no, it makes sense that he will be accustomed to that because he's not seeing it as anything actually bad. And he's not the only one. For the most part, people laugh it off when she talks about this. So this is when we start learning about what's going on this year. We are not going to have a Quidditch season. People are like, what? But you know, they're explaining that it's going to be so much going on. They're going to have a event starting in October, and they're not going to have time to have a Quidditch season this year, so that's going to be on hold. We see Moody, and he is heavily scarred. We see that, you know, he has the eye that's doing all this stuff. His nose is kind of like ripped off. Like, it's like they kind of explain it as if like his part of his, I don't know if it was missing or if it was just like at a super crazy angle. I think it was like part of it was missing though. We learned about the Triwizard Tournament and the fact that it started nearly 700 years ago. Every 5 years they would have this tournament, at least in the European schools. They actually stopped doing it. It was too much because it was a high death toll. They were losing a lot of people, so they just had to like scrap it. But they worked really hard to make sure that it wasn't too deadly this time. I mean, it was still deadly, but it wasn't. I guess they figured if we make it, you know, for kids of age, basically they're still in school, but they're technically an adult, then they should have enough skill. They have learned enough to be able to fight and protect themselves. So They tell us that the selections will take place during Halloween, and it will be an a partial judge who chooses and those worthy of competing. There will be 1,000 galleons prize. Like I said, it has to be 17 plus because they believe that the underage students cannot deal with these trials. I'm assuming they realized that most of the people who were dying, I'm assuming that most of the people that were dying were the younger students. Like I said, they don't have enough spells to be able to defend themselves, so they probably realized we should hike up that we should make an age restriction at least. The twins were trying to figure out if they could manipulate the situation to get their names put in, if they can manipulate this judge. And then they were asking if Ron and Harry also wanted to get in on this, and they were like, I don't know, maybe we'll think on it. And that night Ron basically was like, oh, I think we should do it, that'd be pretty cool. Harry dreamed of being the winner of the Triwizard Tournament, and he dreamed that Cho was there and smiling at him. He was having a cool little moment in that dream. Okay, I want y'all to just ignore the fact that it's a different day and let's just move forward, So one of the things that I did enjoy in the book is the fact that we get more of the classes. So in the herbology class, we do the little, I think it was some kind of pus that they use to help their acne, which that I feel like that was these are teenagers, that's gold right there. So they had that going on. They had Hagrid's class where he was giving them the scrutes and talking about they were going to raise these this year, which Hagrid, like, that is a horrible idea. I don't know where you got these from. I think, did he say that he created these, or they're super rare, something like that? They are these weird shellless looking lobsters that are super dangerous, are always attacking the students. Why did you choose, like, even my thing is, even if you had them raise something during the year, why aren't they learning about other creatures? I don't understand why it's just this one thing that they're learning to raise that have no significance because they're rare and they're dangerous. Like, that really genuinely confused me, and they're doing this on purpose because even the students and other people are like, why is he doing this? But anyway, I love you, Hagrid. We still got love, even though what you doing out here is, I don't know. Anyway, Trelawney, she's still on her BS because she's still talking about, some crazy stuff is gonna happen, better look around them corners. Ma'am, I know she didn't say that, but that's every time Harry's about, she's saying some crazy stuff, making it seem like the students is in danger. But I think Harry mentioned that Dumbledore thinks that the trance that she went into previously, where she was talking about the master and the servant and them coming into power, that was real. So anytime she has any moments like she has her moments where she is actually giving good information, but the rest of the time she's freaking people out and giving like guesses, because ma'am, you just trying to look dramatic to everybody, and some of these students is actually believing you. But anyway, and Ron, I can't remember what kind of joke he made, but of course he got in trouble. She doubled up the homework on them, and he called her a miserable old bat or something like that. Ron, I feel you, because that's messed up. Y'all just started. I mean, I don't. She was just mad you was talking mess. That's all that was. Anyway, Moody still turned Draco into a ferret, but I think he ended up taking him to Snape to have a little discussion. And the crew basically thinks that Snape is afraid of Moody, which I could see that. I think they said something like he doesn't make eye contact with him. And like I said, I can see that because this dude is supposed to be you know, almost like a bounty hunter. They are supposed to be looking for dark wizards, and he has a past, even though, you know, Dumbledore forgave him and gave him another chance. He still, Moody, the real Moody, didn't trust him. So I'm pretty sure he was has always been hesitant around him. What else happened? So we get to Moody's class. Y'all, this whole situation it's always like the book hits me way more every single time. Because, okay, we learn, first of all, that we're not supposed to learn about the unforgivable curses until like our 6th year, right? So Dumbledore gave his approval, and of course we're assuming that it's probably because of Harry. He knows that Tom is after him. He needs to know about these things, know how they work, and learn how to, you know, handle this situation if it happens to him. But the whole situation with the y'all know I'm gonna be making up my own names for this stuff. I want y'all to know, because I'm not gonna remember. They be having all these names that anyway. So the kind of like puppeteer curse, right? So he gets the spider, he has it cartwheeling and tap dancing. The difference is he's not laughing with the students in the book. So the students is having a little giggle, and then he's like, what if this was you though? And they stop, because they're like, you know, at first it was funny. They playing with the insect, having to do this and that, but if it was you, if it was somebody you knew, would this still be funny? No, it wouldn't. And then we have the torture curse. This really, really hit me. Like, right. So, Crouch Jr. is an a-hole. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I didn't understand in the moment in the movie, because I didn't know who he was, what his situation was, right? So, this dude he was choosing students to come up, do this and that, right? So Neville's up there and he's torturing the spider. He's staring at, like, if I'm thinking about the scene, he's looking at Neville have a mental breakdown. Like, he's thinking like, this is what my parents went through. This is what I'm looking at right now. And he kept going. They had to scream for him to stop. He was enjoying watching him go through that pain, because he knew that they were a part of torturing his parents. He didn't do it, but he knew about it. And now he's torturing Neville. Bruv. Yo, he deserved worse than what he got. Well, we're gonna talk about that later. Anyway, I'm upset now because I'm thinking Neville, that poor boy. Then, you know, after class, when he tells him to come back, I really don't like, oh my gosh, let me pull it together. So let me go back. Hermione actually answered when he was asking about the killing curse. And they basically tell us that none of these curses have a counter curse. Which is freaking insane. You have to freaking dodge it, or maybe if your spell is stronger. Because I'm trying to think. I think if they... Dang, so you just over with if it hits you. Like, unless you're stronger than them and kind of hit them with the same thing. Like when we see, you know, at the end with the sparks and all that. We'll talk about it later, y'all. Anyway, so with the killing curse, Harry could only think about his parents dying. And we know that because he knows every detail. He knows everything they said. Because of the last one. So now not only does he know the whole situation, now he just visually saw what this curse can do. That this is what happened to his parents. He tortured both of them in 15 minutes? Krause Jr. is, I don't like this dude. It's hitting me that I really hate this guy. So he's telling us, you know, you need power to use these curses. Because basically, if not, the victim would just get like, at best, probably like a nosebleed or something like that. So he's saying if one of them tried to hit him with that, it wouldn't do much. Maybe Harry, maybe, you know what? Ginny be wilding out here. I think she's gonna be very strong. Anyway, back to that. Yo, I never thought about it, but it makes sense. Just like everything else, even with the Patronus charm, you have to be strong and powerful to get it to come into like an actual form instead of just like clouds and stuff, right? So this is the same type of thing, and probably with most spells, the more power you have, the stronger it will be, the more effective it will be. So now we know that everything is coming together. So basically he told them, it may seem harsh, but you need to know. And this is what I think he said this specifically to Harry. When Moody took Neville after class, it was to give him a herbology book, which we, you know, it'll come up later. So for the Trelawney's class, you know, that they little homework, they were making up predictions, right? So they was going with this theme, how she loves all this like horror, like danger. So they said Harry will be in danger of burns, stabbing in the back by someone he thought was a friend, lose a bet, and death by decapitation. Please don't put this into the universe, children. Why would y'all say this stuff? I know y'all just trying to get out of this, but don't say that. Please don't say that. Ron would lose a treasure possession, come off worse in a fight, and I guess they say he would drown. Hey, hold on. Wait. I'm trying to think, does this stuff really happen? Okay, Harry will be in danger of burns with the dragons, stabbed in the back by someone he thought was a friend. Goblet of Fire, stabbed in the back by someone he thought was a friend. It can't be, is it Moody? I guess it could be Moody, right? Come off worse in the fight. I'm gonna assume that would be with Tom, because he got out of it, but you know his friend died and he got his powers back. And then going death by, oh no, the coming up worst in the fight was Ron. Lose a bet. Lose a bet. I don't know if they had all these. And death, we not doing that. Ron will lose a treasure possession. See, I feel like it was just the burns, the stab in the back. If any of these, if y'all can tell me if any of this actually happened in the books we've actually been through, let me know. Cause when they said the burns and stabbing in the back, I was like, hold up a minute. Anyway, so Hermione was looking for ways to help the house elves, and Ron is convinced that they like being enslaved. Okay, Ron. Like, how can you even say so? Okay, let's move on. So Hedwig finally comes back with Sirius' letter. They're going back north. He needs to tell Dumbledore if anything gets worse. Harry tried to write a letter to Sirius saying he's been exaggerating so he wouldn't be caught by any Dementors. I can understand why Harry would do that, because this is all he has. He doesn't want him to get caught. He doesn't want to be the reason he gets caught. And I can understand the fact that, you know, when you're in pain and things are going on, you don't want to keep bugging people. I think most people can, you know, they can understand that. You know, if you have situations, you have things going on in your life, you don't want to be a burden to people. So Harry's trying to keep some of it to himself. And now he's trying to take some of it back because he doesn't want to be the reason that his guardian, his godfather, gets arrested and goes back to Azkaban. So, Moody was using the Imperius curse on the students to see if they would, you know, be able to handle it in a fight. And Hermione asks, like, isn't this illegal? Hermione, I feel you on that. First of all, I don't want to be hit with this. Second of all, just because we're in a class don't mean it's like, how is this not illegal? I guess, I don't know. Like, that don't make no sense. Cause I feel like if I was a parent, if I learned that my kids was getting tortured during a lesson, I would be kind of upset. Especially if they're not supposed to get this yet. Like, okay, I could understand that you want them to be able to handle this in the fight, but they're not supposed to learn this until 6th year. Why are they doing this right now? Of course, we know that, you know, most likely is to help Harry get them prepared for this situation. But I'm with Hermione. Don't hit me with that. Because, I mean, you will be scared. Like, how they were explaining it, bro. Because Harry said it felt like a floaty, like, echo in his mind. And he was the only one who could fight. Like, basically, it felt like trash. He felt horrible. And he was able to, you know, push it back a little bit, but he wasn't able to fully fight it off. I think he had moments where he was able to push through it, but still, pain, extreme pain. So he kept doing it to Harry too. Like, Harry, I guess first of all, he doesn't like Harry. But when you really, really, really think about it, this prepared him for Tom, like, because Crouch Jr. can't actually kill him, you know. You're gonna, unless you're trying to out yourself. I'm sure he had fun torturing him though, but he can't actually kill him. So at the end of the day, like, if you really just think about it, this probably helped him get through that situation and kind of get out this thing that happened with Tom, because even though it was still painful, he was mentally prepared for it and was able to, you know, gather himself quickly, like when it was stopping, when it was, you know, if that makes sense. I'm rambling. I'ma stop. So McGonagall said that they needed more training for their 5th year owls, their the exams that they have to take, which I think that basically, I think after they take that and pass it, they can start doing more magic outside of school. Because I think when they were talking about getting from location to location, apparating, that, you know, it was only allowed after you took those tests. So all the teachers added to their workloads, and that's trash. Why did they do that? I don't remember. Okay, Draco said he wasn't going to Hagrid's lesson, and Hagrid said he might take a page from Moody's book, which is basically saying that he heard, you know, he turned him into a ferret. And I think he actually said something like, "You made a good ferret." Draco, we're not letting that one go. So another thing that I didn't realize in the movie is that Cedric is the Hufflepuff prefect. Yeah, didn't know that. So we learned more about the tournament. We learned that for each trial, they are awarded points by how well they completed each task. So that makes perfect sense, and it makes more sense because, you know, the whole situation with the mer people, Harry got more points because of his, you know, willingness to help people that, you know, technically he wasn't supposed to. Like, he saved the girl, he was trying to save Hermione, and what's the other girl, the Ravenclaw girl's name? I can't remember. Cho, I think. So anyway, we also learned that each head of the schools is on the panel. Makes sense. And that they all were a part of the Triwizard Tournament at some point. Oh, and what? How old are they? Did I write this right? 1792? Did I write the wrong numbers? I feel like that's an error right there. What? I know they old, but what? Nah. We also learned from Hermione that I think remember when she was talking, like, I think the first movie, that she had this book called A History of Hogwarts or something like that. So she was saying that it failed to mention that they kept slaves, which the house elves. So she was campaigning, but a few people would either donate or they would just send glares at her. But for the most part, you know, some people was just like scared because Hermione was on them about it, so they just donated. But I feel like most of them thought it was a joke. You know, they are so used to being in this environment where it's natural to have a house elf, and most of them are happy to do their job. They aren't complaining. They think it's, you know, a good thing to have a good master and live in a, just take care of their house, take care of their masters. And it's horrible, but you know, Hermione is not from the wizarding world, so she cannot understand how everybody thinks it's okay to have slaves. I feel you, Hermione. So Fred and George say that they have been to the kitchen and the elves think that they have the best job in the world. Hermione thinks you know, they only think that because they are uneducated. Most likely, and I'm pretty sure it's a part of the culture as well, you know. I don't know what the situation is like when they have kids, but if they keep them in the same house with their kids, I doubt it, you know. But if they're growing up around other house elves, they learn what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to act, that they should be grateful. So that gets passed on. We learned that Sirius is already back, and he tells him to keep changing owls if he needs them. You know, we don't want to make it too obvious that you keep sending Hedwig out, so switch it up. Which makes sense that he was at the what is it called? I don't know what that was. The owlery. Did I say that right? Where they kept all the owls that if people want to send letters, where he met Cho and asked her on a date in the movie. We also learned that Beauxbaton has boys in their school. Yes, yes. It was clear that 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 her horses were to drink whiskey. Remember, I was in the reaction, I was like, "Oh, they are grown," because she just said that they need whiskey. She was talking about the horses, but still, they are like most. Some of them are of age, so yeah. Ron didn't know that Crumb was still a student, and Beauxbaton was looking warily and huddled together in their uniforms. So Hermione was starting to get irritated that they were acting like this, and they didn't yeah, they didn't even bring cloaks. So yeah, they just had their like silk uniforms, and they were acting all dramatic because they didn't bring no jackets, no cloaks. So Beauxbaton sat with the Ravenclaw, and the Durmstrang sat with Slytherin, and they were more. I think the Beauxbaton were more impressed with Hogwarts than. Wait, who did I say? No, the Durmstrang were more impressed with Hogwarts than the Beauxbaton school. Ron is a fanboy and ready to give up his bed for Crumb. Like, oh, we should get him over here. You know, he could stay in our room. I'll give him my bed. Ron, why didn't you keep that same energy? So, Bagman and Crouch were also judging, and that makes sense. They're part of the ministry. We all, you know, it makes sense that they would want them to be a part of it, and I'm sure they helped put the whole tournament together. So they will judge on magical prowess, daring, powers of deduction, and ability to cope with danger. Placing your name is a binding contract, so beware of the danger. Makes sense, because, you know, in the movie they were making it seem like, you know, Harry cannot get out of this. We can't say that he can't be a part of the tournament because of his age when he has already put his name in the Goblet of Fire, which we know he didn't, but they were all convinced he did. So Igor gathered all his students to go back to the ship, and, you know, boys and girls. I still don't like the fact that they made them like a specific gender in the movie. Like, why did they? Was that supposed to be cooler? I don't know why they did that. They stopped in the dining hall entrance and stared at Harry. Makes sense, because the more we know about Igor, he's like, oh, this is the boy. So Moody was like, yeah, that's him. Keep it pushing. Igor looked at Moody in fear and anger. Yeah. I can't remember if he caught him. The real one caught him. But like I said, if you've had a shady past, it would make sense that you would be scared of Moody. We also learned that Angelina is a Gryffindor Quidditch player who also put her name in for the game. Angelina was the girl that... Was it Fred or George? I can't remember which one asked her to the ball, but yeah, that's her. I did not know that, she was a part of the Quidditch team. When the twins went over the age line, Dumbledore said it had, it happened to other students who tried to sneak inside the circle. So when they turned older, I thought that was whatever the twins did, because that's how they made it look in the movie. But it seems that Dumbledore put that, as a part of whatever, I don't know, restrictions. He put, they're also going to look like an old man if they get into this. So he sent them to the nurse's office with all the other students who tried to put their name into the goblet. So the Bold Baton was sleeping in the huge house-sized carriage thing. Which that kind of implies that it was sort of like the tent at the World Cup, where it looks a certain way, but when you go inside it's way, way bigger. Because even the movie, I don't think the carriage looked that big, so it was still kind of like, all those people were inside that carriage. It has to be bigger inside there, but no, it's way, way, way bigger because they're sleeping in there. So Hagrid said most house elves like taking care of humans. Okay. We get to the selecting of the champions, and the Durmstrang students in the hall were screaming and clapping. The Beauxbaton students were crying when they weren't chosen. Cedric had a long applause. Go Hufflepuff. The champions were sent to the back so everyone were voiced their displeasure openly. So everyone was mainly upset because it would be 2 Hogwarts champions. Makes sense, because I when I was watching the movie, the only thing that was crossing my mind was that the younger students were mad that they couldn't get chosen. But it's that and the fact that it's gonna be 2 Hogwarts students. I would be mad too if I was one of the other schools. What y'all mean? 2. So of course Snape says it was Harry's fault, and saying like he always crosses the line. Technically, but like you be thinking he be doing shadier stuff than what he actually is doing. Igor wanted to keep adding names, but the fire went out. So basically he wanted to get another champion for his school and Beauxbaton so it can be even. He threatened to leave and never compete in the Triwizard Tournament again. Crumb can't leave though. So you gonna leave him? Like, it's a binding contract. You're so angry you're not even paying attention to what's going on, sir. So yeah, Beauxbaton champion said, of course Harry isn't complaining because he's gonna win money if he wins. It's a chance that many would die for. You know what? I'm gonna need y'all to stop getting on Harry's head, because what y'all saying is making sense, but we know Harry. if this was anybody else, I probably would be like, you know what? They lying. How else could they do it? You know, who would just put their name? But when you, like I said, they don't know Harry. You would just think that they're lying and they figured out a way to get their name in the Goblet of Fire. But the people who know Harry and know his situation, know about Tom, people who can use their critical thinking skills, bro, think about it. Who is always trying to kill Harry? Who is always trying to put Harry in these bad situations? Mind you, people outside of Hogwarts don't really know. Dumbledore is keeping this stuff in, and I didn't realize that he was keeping this stuff a secret, because I feel like more people would have understood if they knew Tom was still out and about, and I didn't understand that. But yeah, I would have thought Harry was shady too, but we know that someone is after his life. They probably want him to die in this tournament, because y'all even said that most people don't have the strength or enough spells, you know, to even compete, to safely compete, I mean. So putting Harry in this situation sounds like a good idea, right? So Moody said maybe someone is hoping Potter does die for it, which, like I said, makes sense. It makes perfect sense. It needs to be an extremely hard spell to trick the goblin into thinking it's a fourth school. So that they basically tell us someone, I think Moody, because Moody said something like, I think he was the one who said that you have to use an extremely hard spell to trick the Goblet of Fire, thinking there's a fourth school to choose from, and Harry cannot do that. So I think Igor was kind of like, oh, you know, what made you think that's how it happened? Or how did you know what kind of spell needs to be used? Or that sounds like the perfect type of... It was something like along the lines of that, where he was suspicious of Moody, which he was correct. But he was trying to take the heat off of Harry, like, oh, he's not at that level, so you know it's not him. The first task is to test their daring. Courage in the face of the unknown. Yeah, dragons is definitely that. They are correct. So, first of all, there is no help from teachers. I think every champion had help from teachers, because I think once the stuff happened with Harry, both schools, headmistress and, you know, Igor, what's his name? Yeah, Igor and Maxine was like, oh, they cheating, we gonna cheat too. So I think they was helping them. So Cedric stopped Harry and was like, oh, bro, how'd you do that? Bruh, I just said that I didn't do it. Oh, for real? Okay, bet. Cedric was not believing him at all. Why? Still, Cedric, you've been at Hogwarts. You have to have known the stuff going on with Tom. I think with that part, that was more of like a competitive jealousy thing, because he's not thinking, all he's thinking about, oh, you know, Hufflepuff hardly gets any recognition. I want some, you know, this could have been my moment, but now Harry has been, you know, he's inserted himself to make himself, you know, this in the spotlight. Basically, everybody always thinks that Harry is trying to put himself in the spotlight and make everybody, fawn over him, which is never the actual situation. Harry has not ever put himself, I mean, he does dangerous things, but most of the time when it's stuff about him in the news, people taking photos, being put in dangerous situations, he didn't insert himself. Most of the time it's him reacting to a situation. Oh, this happened, so I need to keep following it so people don't get hurt, Harry figured Tom would plot this out, but how could he have done it? He got somebody on the inside, Harry. You'll figure it out. So even, we get back to the Gryffindor folks, and they're happy, but they don't believe him. They also like, oh, Harry, how'd you do that? We wanted to get in on it. Bruh, I didn't do it. Nobody in this school ever believes Harry. Literally, every bad thing that happens, they just go along as if it's true. Ron is kind of upset because they were just talking about that the other night of being a part of the tournament. He's like, bro, what's going on? So, he says that he doesn't know why he's lying if he didn't get in trouble. Like, bruh, nobody knows. You still not telling me the truth. You get to get money. You don't have to take any exams. Like, you just living a life out here. And Ron, you know he didn't do this, but it's a little jealousy going on. So Hermione says that she believes him because she saw the shock on his face when his name was pulled. So Hermione was paying attention. When his name was called, she saw that look of shock. Because I think she was the one who told him, like, Harry, go up there. So, Hermione was the one to say, Ron is jealous. You get a lot of attention even though you don't ask for it. He is, he has a lot of siblings, and a lot of them have done great things already, and he never gets the spotlight. So he is just another situation, another year where you are everything, like everybody's talking about you and he's just on the sidelines. So I can understand Ron being a little upset, cause hey, bro, we said last night we was gonna do this together, or we was thinking about doing it together, and now your name was in the freaking Goblet of Fire. I think most people would be mad and wouldn't be able to think rationally about it, cause we know, if you, like I said, if you know what's going on, Harry is always getting put in dangerous situations. So Hermione wants them to tell Sirius, and she's like, bro, it's better for him to hear it from you than the Daily Prophet. Go tell that man. So Hedwig is so sassy. She was upset. She wasn't used to send a letter. Hedwig is like, I really love her attitude. If you don't use her, she's gonna ignore you. If you do something, she's gonna ignore. Was it the last book where she ignored Harry for like months? She got a little streak, huh? She's funny. So everyone is mad at everyone. The other schools and Hogwarts is mad at Harry. So Hufflepuff is more upset than anybody though, because they never get any type of hype around them. And this was their moment, and they think Harry took it away. So yeah, this was the first time they had someone in a prominent position. Harry says this was the worst time in Hogwarts, close to when people thought he was the Slytherin heir. Yeah, that was bad too. That was very... That's why I be kind of like fishy when it comes to the students at this school. They're so wishy-washy that when there's good stuff going on, I wouldn't be talking to them. Like, y'all, every time something goes bad for me, y'all never believe me. I'm always a bad guy. Then all of a sudden, when y'all find out the truth, oh, Harry! Oh, Quidditch game, Harry! Get out my face. Y'all don't actually care about me. You know, it's not even the fact that it's these trifling, wishy-washy students. It's the fact that Ron isn't talking to him. The homie is ignoring him. Will not talk to him. He's alone. I mean, he has Hermione, but you know Hermione, she be doing her own thing. She got the spew going on. Her little thing for the house elves. And she's always studying. Like, how often is Hermione actually hanging with Harry? Hermione is getting bullied by Draco because he's over here talking trash. He's calling her mudblood once again. And, you know, Harry had to defend his friend. So now Draco and Harry are fighting. They're hitting each other with spells. And those spells are going crazy. Hitting other people. Well, you know, the little friends that be surrounding Draco. So Goyle was, you know, he had boils. Goyle with boils. Hermione had bug teeth, you know, so it made them grow even more. It said that it reached like her collar area, which is horrifying. Especially people probably already talk about her like that. So Snape, being Snape, said he didn't see a difference, as if Hermione always looks like this. So now he's out here bullying a student. And, you know, Ron, you know, called a truce. Now he's out here yelling at Snape. What did you just say, sir? So, of course, Snape, you dare talk back to me? 50 points from Gryffindor. Of course, Slytherin has no consequences. They were out here bullying Hermione, calling her out her name. That doesn't matter. It's the fact that you guys actually defended yourselves. How dare you? So Colin was making things worse. He, you know, they got into the potions class, and he told the whole class that Harry had to go, like, oh, he has to do this little, what was it, like a news article. They're going to interview him. Snape is like, no, he can't leave. Of course he can. All the champions are excused from class, and he can't leave his stuff because he's not coming back. Bye. So Harry can feel the, you know, negative energy pulsing through the class. Rita Skeeter, I think this is our introduction to her, correct? I think in the books they mentioned that she was in the flashback during the trials for the Death Eaters, that she was there. But you know, this is our first time officially meeting her. So she told Harry to ignore the quill, as it was writing, "Ugly scar is a souvenir of a tragic past. Disfigured the otherwise charming face." So you're talking to him, but you're over here writing that this ugly scar is a souvenir of a tragic past, and he's disfigured the otherwise charming face. So he looks disfigured because a scar this big. Okay. Okay. She asked if his trauma made him want to prove himself. When he denied it again, she talked over him and asked if he remembered his parents. What a horrible person. Literally, I know that people aren't this insensitive, but I'm not surprised. Like, she doesn't care about anybody. That's basically what they're showing us. Like, she is one of those reporters who only cares about the story, what will sell in the newspaper. So she's gonna say the most horrifying things possible. She doesn't care if it hurts his feelings, if it brings up any past trauma, as long as she gets her story. Like, how dare. Anyway, as Harry's still looking over, it's writing to the dead parents he can hardly remember. So she's basically saying, oh, we're talking, and you know, we're as we turn to a different subject, you know, we get on his parents, and tears are just filling his eye. Thank God Dumbledore bust that door open. Like, what's going on? Can you imagine, like, ma'am, there's no explanation of why you're in this closet with this teenage boy. Because it's either something bad or it's something really bad. So, what are you doing in here? Oh, you're in here interviewing him when you're not supposed to. Bet. Okay. The dude that Harry got his wand from, he was in there weighing their wands and, you know, running tests on them, making sure everything worked before the tournament. Kudos. That is, you know, excellent. Make sure nothing is tampered with. I love to see it. We actually confirmed that Fleur is a part Vila because her grandmother was one. You know, the thing that was at the World Cup, she got that in her blood. And apparently a part of her is in the wand. So I'm assuming it's probably like hair or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And it explains why the boys are kind of infatuated with her. It's not super strong, but you know, the way she was turning heads at the dining hall in the movie, it explains it. And then the blonde hair, because they described them being, you know, blondes. So I could see it. Harry was having a crisis all on his own because he's thinking, this dude is over here fully explaining all the details of these wands. Is he going to mention the fact that my wand is kind of like a brother to Tom's wand, like that we have a connection? Please don't. Oh, that would have been. Can you imagine how bad that would have been? They would have never, ever in life stopped talking about that. Cause you know all the stuff that happened in OMG, Order of the Phoenix. You know how they were slandering him in the papers. So they would have never got off of his back if they said that, you know, he had any type of connection to him. You know how in the movie Harry had that little meeting set up with Sirius. They talked. It was hush hush. Nobody knew about it. Hermione knew about it. I'm surprised they didn't do that. They made it really seem like Harry was just alone. I guess, I don't know if they were trying to make us sympathize with him more. Yeah, I think that's why they did it. They wanted us to believe that Hermione was out there doing her own thing, which, I mean, she was in the book, but she still was there for him. He still talked to her. Like I said, the whole thing about the jealousy and, explaining why Ron is probably upset. All the stuff with Sirius, telling him, you need to talk to him. And now she helped him set up the meeting with Sirius. So he didn't do that alone. So we've got the paper for the photo shoot that we did with all the champions, right? It was at least 3 pages dedicated to Harry and his life story. So she put him on the front page, just ranting about Harry. She squeezed the other champion's name in the last sentence. And I think they said that she misspelled Cedric's name. Oh, no. They said all of them were misspelled and Cedric wasn't in it at all. That's even worse than what I... OMG. Can you imagine how if I was one of the champions, I would be freaking upset, because they already thought he was trying to, hog all the attention. Now, we were the ones that were supposed to be the champions. You just dropped in here, and now we get thrown underneath the bus. Are we even under? Did y'all even know we was here to throw under the bus? Like, I would have been upset. Harry's upset because he's like, this is not good. This is not positive attention. Some of the things she said in this article, I suppose she's saying that this is what Harry said. I suppose I get my strength from my parents. Sometimes I cry at night. Colin, Harry's close friend, says he has a romance with Hermione and they're always in company of each other. I bet he just said that they're close friends, or he just probably said Harry is always around Hermione and Ron, and she just ran and made her own story. She heard a female, threw Ron out, romance. Pretty sure that's what happened. So Harry has been stressed, and people have been talking crazy to him or just ignoring them. They doing the little pins and all this stuff, and he accidentally yelled at Cho, and she still wished him good luck. Harry felt like crap. I would have felt like crap too, because it was just one of those situations where someone took their anger out on another person who had nothing to do with it at all. Plus, this is the girl that he likes, so he probably felt even worse. So I don't like how they did Crumb. We learn that he spends a lot of time in the library. I don't think, because, okay, they mentioned it briefly. I think when she was on the bridge talking to Harry, Hermione was talking to Harry. But they made it seem like it was like a one-off, or like after he asked her out to the ball, he started... unless I forgot what happened, or I was I wasn't interpreting it right. What I thought they were saying is that, he was basically only in the library to flirt with her. That it was like he was occasionally in there talking to her sometimes. After he asked her out, he would hang out with her. He was only in the library because she was in the library. But, they mentioned that he was in there often by himself doing his thing, and then the girls would run in there, follow him, and they showed, and again, they just showed him like working out, and then the girls following him running on the beach. So like basically they were objectifying him just like these girls. Cause like, why can't he be smart? He and athletic and attractive. Why can't he be all those things? Why did you take the smart part out? Or at least trying, I don't know. I don't like it though. So Hermione is annoyed by all the girls following him and thinks he's not that cute. I always knew that was a lie. Okay, Hermione. I guess Harry goes to Hogsmeade, and Harry envisioned how different things would be if he wasn't the champion. And he has his invisibility cloak on. I guess at this point, Harry is wishing that this didn't happen at all. Because when you think about it, at the beginning of the book, he thought it would have been cool, with my friend, doing this tournament, getting attention from the girl I like, doing it for the girls. I just talked about Crumb doing it for the girls, and now Harry is actually wanting to do it for the girls. But he wanted to, he wanted to have a good time, have fun. And now that it's happened, it's going horribly wrong. Of course, it's because he wasn't supposed to be put in this situation at all. And all his classmates, the whole school is upset with him. His best friend is upset with him. And of course, I think that is the main reason that he wishes he wasn't the champion. I think if Ron would have been, on his side at this moment, he wouldn't be this upset about it. If he had Ron and Hermione, he would have been good. It would have been annoying still, but not having anybody on your side, I could understand why Harry was feeling very down about himself. We also learned that Moody can see through invisibility cloaks, with the eye that, the fake eye. So that's when Hagrid asked to meet him at midnight. Hermione was hesitant. He'd be late for Sirius's meeting. I feel you, girl. This is, planned out. We don't have no way to tell him that you couldn't get to this, but we know that Hagrid wants to meet with him because of the, the tournament thing. So we learn about, the dragons. He tells us, all the information. Well, did he tell us the information, or did we hear Charlie talking about it? I feel like we heard Charlie talking about it to Hagrid and Maxine. I feel like that's what happened. So yeah, the dragons shoot fire 20 feet, and we saw the black one that Harry has to fight, the Hungarian horntail. That one shoots 40 feet. Of course, that's the one Harry got. I knew that when they said, "Oh, this is the worst one." Oh, okay, that's the one we getting. The wizard, yeah. So I don't see. That's the thing I didn't like. Why didn't they put Ron's brothers in the movies? Like, that's very irritating. They couldn't just add an actor that could have been popped up. Oh yeah, I brought the dragons. I pulled up. Y'all need to be careful. Talking. Why couldn't he be there? Why couldn't he be at the World Cup? See, that's so annoying. Anyway, my thing was, I was thinking about it more. Like, why did Hagrid bring Maxine to this spot? I can't remember if any of the characters mentioned it, but it's like she's likely to tell. I feel like did Charlie say it, or am I tripping? But yeah, that's freaking reasonable. She is over one of the champions. They were mad about Hogwarts having 2 champions, and then you tell her about the freaking task. That was all just, he wasn't thinking. It was, oh, I like her, I'ma impress her. So a thing that they didn't mention in the movies was that they specifically asked for nesting mothers. So that's why the dragons were so frantic about the eggs. You know, they freaking are mothers. They just had their little eggs, and they are very protective right now. So that means they're going to be a lot more aggressive than they normally would be. Just a bad time overall. They should have mentioned that, you know, that they were more aggressive than, you know, any other time. Charlie also admitted how Miss Weasley is worried sick. She seems to believe the article that Rita wrote. So, yeah, I can see why she would be freaking worried. They're talking about Harry crying. Why? They're talking about him crying himself to sleep, and him being distracted by this girl. You know, she knows who Hermione is, but still, you know, she's thinking like a mom. He's over here crying about his parents. He has this girl distracting him. He needs to focus on, you know, completing these tasks, these deadly tasks. Charlie probably told her that he was pulling up with the dragon, so that made her even more worried. I would be freaking out too. Harry ran into Igor, who was basically hiding in the forest, so that's how they knew about it. And this is basically why Harry told Cedric, like, we all freaking know, might as well. Now it's time for the meeting with Sirius. It didn't freak him out because he'd seen this before when Diggory was popped up when they were at the Burrow, and you know, the dude who told Arthur about Moody getting in trouble and him like blasting people in the middle of the night or whatever. Yeah, so he's like, oh yeah, boom boom bam. So he's not tripping about Sirius being in this fire. So Harry poured his heart out about everything going on. He hasn't had anybody to talk to. I'm glad that he has this person for now to talk to. Sirius is warning, you know, it's basically saying Igor was a Death Eater and Moody was the one who caught him. So okay, that's what I was thinking that, but I wasn't sure. So that's why he was acting all weird in the dining hall when Moody told him to move along. Like, yeah, that's Harry. And he was acting all scared. Yeah, you should be scared. And I'm glad. See, that's freaking insane. How? Please tell me this information. I'm going to school here. Tom has been trying to kill me since I was an infant. And let me know if any of his past employees, followers, is in my presence. Please and thank you. But, you know, they're saying Dumbledore probably wants to keep close watch on, you know, Igor. But tell me, I know that's what you're trying to do, but tell me. And he's telling him to watch out for the dark arts because, you know, Durmstrang is known for, you know, dabbling in the dark arts. They think that someone tried to stop Moody and nobody would look into it because, you know, he's just naturally paranoid at any given time. So yeah, they've basically come up with the assumption that somebody did attack him in the middle of the night to stop him because, you know, he's a problem. He can take out a lot of their dark wizards. So they're thinking that he was attacked in the middle of the night. He was. You are correct about that as but once again, like, the ministry is a joke, bro. Even if someone is paranoid, that doesn't mean that they can't be right, that someone couldn't attack. Like, think about his position and how strong he is. It's possible for someone to come attack him. They realized that Bertha was probably taken. You know, they say that she's nosy and an idiot. She probably gave her and probably gave some info away about anybody, really. Go look for that lady, please. I know what happened to her, but like that I feel like it upsets me so much because you just think, what if that was me? Okay, yeah, I do get lost. For real, me, I get lost. But please come look for me. If I haven't popped up, don't just be like, oh yeah, she get lost. Come look for me, please. Yo, that is so upsetting. Poor Bertha. We didn't get to hear. He was trying to also help Harry with the Triwizard Tournament. You know, he knows about the dragon. We didn't get to hear the spell he was going to tell him to try to use because I think this is when Ron popped down. He threw a badge at Ron and it hit him in the forehead. He said you could wear it on Tuesday and, you know, it might give you a scar, like, you know, like you always wanted. Bro, we going for the jugular at this point. They're both talking crap to each other, but I'm sure Ron felt horrible after that. Like, Harry threw the badge, you know, I'm pretty sure it's one of those badges that everybody's wearing. So he threw the badge at his forehead. Ow. Good aim. Threw it at his forehead and then had the nerve to say it'll give you a scar like you always wanted. So you called him an attention seeker. Oh my gosh. That was so mean. But it's also mean that Ron has been ignoring you for no reason. We're all just being mean to each other. Ron didn't have anything to say after that. I don't blame him. What could you say after that? That was too good to even have a cutback, for real. So after breakfast, Harry told Hermione everything, and she's trying to help him tackle that, you know, figure out some spells, some curses, something to help Harry out. During this, Harry's still like, bro, I would rather fight dragons to deal with the Dursleys. I feel you on that. I mean, I feel like most situations he would probably rather do than be with the Dursleys. They're so horrible. Going down the hall, he sees Cedric and his friends. He cuts his bag open to get him alone. Bro, I just bought, like, are you gonna help me buy another bag? That's so messed up. Anyway, so yeah, Cedric was the only one who didn't know about the dragons. Cedric was a little bit hesitant, suspicious of Harry. Why are you telling me this? What are you getting out of it? Listen, don't listen, that's up to you. Moody said that, you know, that was decent of him to tell him, even though he didn't have to. I'm sure he felt like he had to. Like, is it even fair at this point if he doesn't know? But like he said, that's decent to care if it's fair or not, or to try to protect him. Moody is, you know, he got Harry alone, trying to tell him that, you know, he's not gonna help him cheat, then proceeds to help him cheat. Cause he's like, he's asking Harry all this stuff. Harry's like, bruh, I don't have no special talents, special abilities. I don't freaking know. Moody just gives up, bruh. You have the freaking broom, right? So Bagman also pulled him to the side and tried to give him hints. Bagman was acting so weird. I couldn't figure out what he was up to that whole time until they was like, I couldn't understand. He was acting so suspicious. It's like, you don't even realize how weird you're being right now. He said he wondered why he kept saying he was fine, and wondered if he had ever been less fine. That is so sad. But I can see it. Cause I mean, I feel like he has. It's just in this moment he feels like he's alone and he's gonna be in danger. He's stressed. So I can see why he would be, you know, a little bit dramatic about, has he ever been less fine? Yeah, you have. So we get to his trial. He was soaring and flying and felt like he was at a Quidditch game. Once he got on the broom, his confidence was there. He was handling it. And the biggest obstacle was getting the dragon far from the egg, which, understandable. It's still in mommy protective mode. He swerved, dodged, and zoomed around. And Harry was the quickest to get the egg. I don't even think they didn't even that whole chase scene in the movie, I don't think that happened in the book. Yeah. So Harry got the quickest time. McGonagall was so anxious, she was shaking. Hagrid almost told on himself. Ron finally said he thinks someone is trying to do him in, and Harry said, "Oh, finally figured it out, huh?" He stopped Ron from apologizing though, you know, because he's been missing his besties. So he had to put a little snip, and then it was like, okay, it's good. You don't have to go too far. I know, we here now. So we learned that Cedric used transfiguration and lured it away with a dog, but got burned. And Flora tried to put it in a trance, and her skirt got caught on fire. And Crumb hit it with a spell in the eye. The dragon trampled some of the real eggs. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. So they had some of the actual dragon eggs, and yeah, that's not good. When he injured the dragon and most likely killed the baby dragons and the eggs, he got some points deducted because a part of the trial was that they couldn't actually injure it, because these are still dragons that they're taking care of. They're watching them in the wild. This was supposed to just be a thing of trying to maneuver and outsmart the dragon, stun it maybe, but don't actually harm it. So I guess, hey. So for Harry, the scores were 8 from Maxine, 9 from Crouch, 9 from Dumbledore, 10 from Bagman, and 4 from Igor, which they were like, bro, can you rein in? Just rein it in, because it's so obvious that you gave him a 4 because you don't like him personally. You gave Crumb a 10 when he did the one thing you're not supposed to do. So you basically told everybody, yeah, I'm biased. Deal with it. But you know, Harry didn't care because most of the school and especially Ron was on his side, you know, cheering. Again, like I said, at this point, I don't care about these kids. Like, not that I don't care about them, but that when they show praise, it doesn't mean anything because at every turn they just throw Harry under the bus. Rita wanted to know how he felt about the dragon and the scores. And Harry said, "You can't have a word. Goodbye," and just dashed off. Oh, Harry, you're so funny. Ron said that it made sense because Draco said his dad knew Igor and they probably ran around together in the mass during at any time really, but I think he also meant the World Cup. Yeah, perfect sense. We learned that, you know, in the beginning of the book that Lucius wanted Draco to go to Durmstrang because another Death Eater ran a school that pays most attention to dark arts. Yeah, of course he wanted him to go there. Freaking Lucius. Something that I didn't really realize when I was watching the movie, because they made it seem like only weeks was passing between the trials, but really it was months. So we had a 3-month break before the second trial, so they had that amount of time to crack the code with the egg. That makes it even worse with Harry. Like, bruh, you waited like a week before the trial. You had 3 months and you waited like right before the trial to really figure it out. Rita snuck back into the school and got Hagrid roped into an interview. Was this the time when they was in class and she saw the what are those called? The little shellless lobster things. That might be when she did that. Hermione got excited and brought Harry to the kitchen. She wouldn't tell him what was going on, but she told him, come on, let's go. Dobby is at the school. So I'm glad for Dobby because like in the beginning we learned that he wasn't able to get no jobs. Nobody wanted to pay him because they're used to having slaves. Work for free. Work for my family for the rest of your life. So Dumbledore hired Dobby to work at Hogwarts, and he had a little tea cozy as a hat, a tie with a horseshoe, no shirt, and kid soccer shorts, Harry's sock, and a pink colorful sock on the other foot. That is so cute, and I wish I could have seen that. That would have been so adorable. Was Dobby in this movie? No, because no, they didn't. I don't think Dobby was in this movie. I don't remember. If I'm wrong, tell me. So Dumbledore gave Dobby and Winky a job. The house elves is avoiding them like the plague. I mean, Dobby, they basically, I feel like it's to the point where they feel like he has like a mental illness or something. Like something's wrong with him, and we don't want to be associated with him because other people are gonna think we're like him. Winky has been sobbing. They only started a week ago, but Dumbledore offered them 10 galleons a week, weekends off. Dobby talked him down to 1 galleon and 1 day off a month. So he's like, you know, I want some things, but I don't want to push it, you know? Dobby is so cute. I can't. I'm not even gonna go, like, I can't fault him for real. So Winky was glaring at Hermione and ashamed because she was fired from her job. Because I think Hermione was saying that they deserve more than that. And like I said, Dobby was like, no, I had to talk him down. Like, you tripping at this point. Dobby was still having a hard time talking about the Malfoys. And Winky said that Bagman is bad, but not why. So they basically still are in that headspace as if they're their masters. And I think they were trying to show that point with Dobby, like he's getting there, but the fact that he doesn't want to talk about them really and feels bad about, you know, them being dark wizards and all that, like it's hard for him to break it. McGonagall, you know, we out here with the ball now. She said that he had to get a partner so he can dance, you know, dance at the ball. Ron encouraged him since he was a champion. A third-year Hufflepuff girl asked, and Harry said no before he could even think about it. See, like, why they didn't put that in the movie? Why they can't show Harry out here getting the girls, being awkward, like not even really paying attention to what's going on because he's so stressed, but still thinking about Cho, you know, like, why didn't they put him out? Like, they just made it seem like all the girls was just super stuck up. Nobody was looking at him. They were. Don't play Harry like that. Even if it is just because he's a champion. 2 more asked him the next day, and Harry said no to the 5th year because she was a foot taller than him. We're gonna let it go because he's still a young teen. He doesn't, like, Harry, who cares about that? For real though. You can't get a date, but you don't want to be with this girl because she's gonna be taller than you. You know what? I can't even say that's just because he's a teenager, because some grown men are like that. Heck, grown women are like that. Why are people so weird? I can't. I'm not even gonna try to think about it, figure it out, because I won't. He thinks Cedric told Hufflepuff to chill because his help with the trials, which, thanks, bro. Like, you know, we help each other. Hagrid said Rita wanted to know more about Harry and the bad things about him, but that's the homie. Harry is a good boy. Like, chill. Harry said there's always Myrtle as a date. Harry. Harry asked Cho out, you know, after class, and she said Cedric was her date, which sucked. He had started to like Cedric, but now he realized he was a useless pretty boy. Jealousy. I see it. Ron asked Fleur, and she looked at him like he was a sea slug. Harry thinks she was using her Vila powers, and he got hit. No, Harry. She's just attractive, and Ron was tongue-tied. And yeah, things, you know, that kind of stuff just happens, you know. Not that it was right for her to act like that, but even if she didn't want to go with him. When Harry said that he asked Cho, Jenny's smile dropped because she was laughing at Ron this whole time. But when she heard that Harry asked some other girl, she was like, what? I had forgot about her crush, low-key. Neville asked Hermione, but she said she already had a date. And Hermione said, just because it took you 3 years to notice I'm a girl doesn't mean nobody else didn't. Ron, you know what? Nobody has said anything when I was a little disappointed in Ron acting like that. Like, oh, did they just do this in the movie and not? No, they did in the book too. It was just because like I don't like when it doesn't. I'm not even just talking about Ron. When people like you feel one way, but then you drag someone down because they didn't do what you wanted them to do. Like, oh, I wanted to go with you, but I'm too scared to ask, so I'm gonna destroy your self-confidence and, you know, make you basically gaslight her, making it seem like, oh, you are trying to date the enemy, and who knows, he's probably just trying to talk to you because of Harry. Like, and I'm glad that she handled it a lot better in the book. That will be the one thing I don't like about the movie. Like, why did you... We'll talk about it. So Ginny could only go because Neville. So I didn't even think about that. So this was only... I'm assuming this was only for... What are they? Third or fourth? No. Fourth years? So only fourth years and up can go to the ball. So yeah, that was her date. I thought she actually liked Neville. I mean, she might, but like really she only really went with him because she wants to go to the ball. When Draco heard that Hermione was asked to the ball, he said, "Who would ask that mudblood?" Hermione said, "Hey, Moody," and said, "Oh, jumpy little fairy, are we?" Literally, Hermione, you are amazing. Because he's talking trash. You basically mentioned the fact that he was, you know, still scared of Moody, that he turned you into a ferret. So back up off me. So everybody was trying to figure out what was so different about Hermione. Sis's teeth are normal. When the nurse asked her when to stop when she was healing her, you know, she took this opportunity to just hold off for a second and let it go up a little bit more. All right, right there. Hermione, you are a genius. That is I think everybody would, like, you can't tell me you wouldn't do that too. So, Dobby scared Harry within an inch of his freaking life. He was this close to his face, waking him up. Yeah, he scared him to death. He gave him socks and a sweater for Christmas. No, they gave Dobby socks and a sweater for Christmas. Dobby made Harry some socks. The Dursleys gave him a single tissue. I'm assuming it doesn't matter what kind of tissue it was. If it was a Kleenex, if it was like, you know, the little square of tissue you use in the bathroom. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of tissue it was. They gave him. Couldn't give me the whole box? Just a how did they even send it? Did you spend more for an envelope and, you know, a stamp than this actual gift? So Hermione gave him a book of Quidditch teams for Britain and Ireland. Sirius gave him a penknife with attachments to pick any lock, and Ron got him a set of dung bombs. Hagrid gave him a set of his favorite candy, and Mrs. Weasley gave him a sweater and food. Pretty good gifts. Besides the dirt, like, y'all shouldn't even send him anything. But yeah, we had a pretty good Christmas. We get to the ball, And Harry is feeling like a show pony. You kind of are. They're just throwing the champions all around. He couldn't tell it was Hermione until she was right in front of him. So she was fully transformed for that. Percy is now Crouch's assistant and came because he doesn't feel well and he hasn't since the World Cup. Harry didn't realize he never heard Crumb talk before until his enthusiastic conversation with Hermione. So he really has a crush on her. He was talking about his school and how the grounds were large. But they can only enjoy in the summer, and Igor told him to stop before they could guess where the school is. He basically said they alone are responsible for keeping the secrets of their school. Okay, sir, calm down. Dumbledore said he personally wouldn't assume to know all Hogwarts secrets. Just today, he made a wrong turn in a room full of chamber pots on the way to the bathroom. When he went back to investigate, it was gone. Maybe it was only accessible at 5:30 in the morning. Maybe it was only acceptable because why I keep saying accessible when he had a full bladder. So that's pretty cool because I don't know why I remembered that for I can't remember anything right now with Order of the Phoenix when they were practicing in that room. I don't know why I remembered that. Probably because it was so weird. So basically it was because he had a full bladder. He was in need of something and the room gave him what he needed. Hey. And he couldn't find a room no more. So Ron says that he thinks that Crumb only wanted to get info on Harry. And Hermione was like, we've never talked about y'all. He hasn't talked about y'all or the trials. He said he didn't have a problem with her coming with Crumb. Yeah, Harry is like, bruh, who cares? What you tripping off of? Ron and Harry heard Igor and Snape talking about him being worried and wanting to flee. The Death Eater nonsense. Because, now that their dark mark is appearing, so he trying to skedaddle. Hagrid talked about being a half giant and Maxine was cold to him. He said he never met another one and she said she was just big boned and felt insulted. So they explained her being way bigger than what we saw in the movie. Both of them are actually bigger than what we see in the movies, I think. But yeah, she's over here talking about big bone. Just say you're ashamed and let's keep it pushing. Ron was acting like it was a big deal about the giant. So yeah, they were like they wasn't trying to eavesdrop. They were hiding because of Snape. They heard Hagrid's convo. Harry was low-key trying to dip, but he couldn't, so they heard the conversation. And yeah, Ron, like I said, was making a big deal about it. Harry's like, what's the problem? And he was saying they are vicious, and most people don't tell someone if they have any giant blood in them. Hermione stayed with Crumb the whole ball and ignored Ron. Yeah, why didn't they do that in the freaking movie? I mean, I guess it was sort of implied because she told them to leave, like, y'all go. So I guess she could have went back to the ball and hung out with Crumb. I wish they would have showed it though, like, cause she wasn't crying. They didn't say anything about her crying like she was in the movie. She just told Ron off, like, shut up, get some courage. If you wanted to come with me, say that. If you Hayden, say that. You're being a child, get out of here. And went back to the freaking dance. They should have did that in the movie. They made her cry. Like, nah. But I think, of course, that was like frustration tears, but which, you know, that happens to all of us. But I just wish they didn't make her cry. Later on, Hermione and Ron were arguing in the common room, and she told him, no, and told him to ask her next time. So that's when she said that part. So before, she was just saying that they never talked about them. We don't care. We're gonna do our thing. Then when they were arguing in the common room, she was like, you should ask me. Yeah, so Harry didn't tell Ron he agreed with Hermione. He didn't want to stir the pot because, you know, they just made up. Even though he's like, Ron is tripping, he kept it to himself. I feel like he should have defended her just because Ron was super out of pocket for, like, bro, it was just too much. I don't think Harry was able to read the fact that he likes her, but he was agreeing, like, okay, it might be that. So if you wanted to go with Hermione, you should have asked her that instead of, you know, oh, we can go together, you know, you're a girl, that whole thing. Hermione mentions that she figured that Hagrid was half giant, that, you know, she figured that but just never mentioned it, like, why is it important? And also the fact that, you know, in the wizarding world, for the most part, people look down on them, and, you know, just like they do with the werewolves. So what, you know, what's the point of mentioning it? And Ron kind of like, he kind of shook it off, like he was kind of shaking his head about it, and it was just like, I guess Ron was trying to explain to Harry and Hermione that, you know, this is serious, what people say about giants. But they're like, we know Hagrid though. Like, who cares what anybody says or what they think giants are like? We know how Hagrid is. We know, like, it's been years. We've known Hagrid for years. We know his character. So, you know, we get to the point where Harry gets his clues from Cedric. Cedric, oh my gosh, I wish I had wrote down the kind of stuff he was saying. He was being so cryptic, and Harry was so irritated. I was irritated. Bro, tell me what exactly to do. And not only was it just like, okay, you're being weird, Harry's like, bro, I told you exactly what was going on, and you just trying to give me like crumbs. Not crumb. Ignore me. So yeah, the fact that he's just like still being weird about it, like, bro, did you forget that I helped you? Like, I know you're helping me right now, but tell me. They had their class with the magical beasts, and they got a substitute teacher. Hagrid was who knows where. They wouldn't tell them where Hagrid was, but, you know, it was kind of exciting. We got to see stuff about unicorns. A lot of the students were very excited, and Hermione kind of mentioned, like, you know, I had fun during class. I learned a lot. Like, I love Hagrid, but we actually learned something. So Hagrid's interview came out, and oh my gosh, it was so much bad stuff. So Rita talked about Dumbledore hiring Moody and Hagrid. Moody has a bad reputation. I mean, people like the fact that he, you know, caught some dark wizards, but, you know, the fact that he looks, I think it's partially he looks shifty, and he's so paranoid. And he's strong, so people are just afraid of him off top. And Hagrid, the fact that he was expelled, which that is just like something you expect for like a rumor column, because it's like, you're not telling people the facts. He was expelled, but then he was cleared. they found out that he didn't do anything. That is why he's able to be a professor right now. So yeah, he somehow uses his mysterious influence to get hired, even though he's unqualified. And see, that's the thing where because it's like she's mixing truth and lies, because technically he was expelled, but you're omitting the fact that he was cleared, and then now you're stating something again which is true because he doesn't have any experience. Why was he hired? I mean, he has a love for magical beasts and whatnot, but does that mean because you like a subject that you are qualified to teach it? So because she mixed these half-truths, and it makes it seem like she knows what she's talking about. So he's saying that he's been using his authority to terrify students and maimed many students. He admitted to breeding the Scroots, and he said he was having fun, but it was supposed to be regulated. Okay, once again, he has not been using his authority to terrify students, first of all. Maiming many students. I'm pretty sure they're talking about the Scroots attacking students, and the fact that the Hippogriff attacked Draco, even though that was Draco's fault. And Draco also told her about that. Like, that was a part of it. Draco said that he was attacked by a hippogriff while in Hagrid's care. So, okay, this is a point where Hagrid messes himself up because he does things that he's not supposed to. The thing with Fluffy, was he supposed to have that? We don't know. He got the dragon. He wasn't supposed to do that. And now he's breeding a whole freaking new creature that is very hostile and is attacking students, and which is not that relevant, because this is supposed to be about things that they will see as they, if they're exploring, if they're on missions, doing whatever, they might see this beast or this animal or whatever the heck, and be able to accurately identify it, know how to stop it, things like that. So I can understand why someone would believe her, because that part is true. That's kind of why Hermione was also saying, I had fun actually learning something, because what we have been doing is kind of pointless. As we go out of school, this will not benefit us in any way. So I can understand it, and it's supposed to be regulated. The ministry, like I said, you're supposed to tell them if you're doing these kind of things. So Hagrid, you're messing your own self up. Like Hermione, I love you, Hagrid, but you kind of shoot your own self in the foot. She found out about him being half giant, and saying that he was brutal and just kind of this is where people are confused. How did she find this out? We know how she found it out, but at this point in the book, how did she find that out? We only just found it out. He didn't tell us about it, so how does she know? We don't know. So Hermione admitted, like I said, that it was nice having real lessons. So as we move along, we get to Hogsmeade, and we run across Bagman, and he pulls Harry to the side. We go into did they go into the tavern or something like that? I think so. So Bagman had goblins following him around, and he's basically saying it's because Crouch has been missing for some weeks now. Nobody has seen him. He's been sending his orders through Owl, and he denies it has anything to do he denies it's anything but illness and finally started looking for Bertha. So once again, he is taking everything at face value. Nothing is wrong in the world. We're living in full peace. There's no dark wizards about. So Crouch is just at home with the flu. And, you know, because the Daily Prophet is tripping, we're going to start looking for Bertha. That's what I took from it. So he wanted to give Harry some hints about the egg. But Harry, like, was like, nah, bro, I'm good. Even though I'm not good. I mean, we got the hints from Cedric, but Harry's being stubborn right now. So he's not doing it yet. But still, Bagman is being weird, so let's not even. No, I'm okay. He admitted to liking Harry and not helping Cedric. So yeah, like, bro, have you been giving hints to anybody else? Why are you here? So, you know, we talked to the crew, and Hermione talks about there being goblin rebellions right now, which is like, what? She also mentions like the fact that goblins know how to handle wizards. They are not like house elves. They can get a little feisty, and you know, they can speak up for themselves. Harry said, here to ruin someone else's life when Rita came into the tavern. Yeah, ma'am, you just smeared Hagrid's name all up and through this article. So yeah, Harry defended Hagrid, and she asked for an interview and if he's a father substitute. So you didn't learn no lessons out here in the open talking about. I mean, it's like that level of just like, I don't care about anybody but myself is kind of insane. Like, okay, I know you just said that you don't like me, that the fact that I was talking bad about your friend, and the fact that I always twist words and you see me twist words in these articles. Would you like an interview? Is the person I was just talking about in the last article, is he your substitute father? So yeah, after that, you know, all that's going on, Hermione is so pissed off. It was to the point where it was like when she was pissed and slapped Draco, that's the level of pissed off Hermione was. You know, it takes a lot. It's mostly when people, Hermione is such a good person. Like, they're all really protective of each other. You know, Ron is always ready to just duke it out with people. And Hermione, when people talk about her, she doesn't, like, she gets upset, you know, but she doesn't react as much. It's usually Ron and Harry that, you know, go off. But when other people are talking about her friends, that's when she goes off. That is... oh, they're so good. Ron basically expresses his concern in the fact that he thinks that Hermione's going to be next. Like, okay, you popped off on Rita up in here, and you know how she is. She's going to find something. And Hermione's like, I ain't got nothing to hide. Bring it. I'm like, Hermione? Oh gosh. So after all this drama, we gotta go visit Hagrid. Hagrid, where have you been? We pull up, Dumbledore is there, and they're like, bro, we still want to be friends with you. Who care? Like, we don't care if you have giants in your family. We still care about you. And Harry starts like, I think he insults Rita, like he says something bad about her or calls her out of her name. And Dumbledore is like, you know, I temporarily just went deaf. Like, I don't know what that was. Yeah, thanks, because Harry could not hold that in. So Dumbledore talks about there's many parents who remember Hagrid, and if they fired him, they have something to say about it. That's so sweet. Because yeah, like, to the extremes that she was going, it was like there's no who's believing this. People who don't know Hagrid, that's the only people who is like, and at that point, does their opinion matter if they don't know him? So Dumbledore told Hagrid if he's holding out on universal popularity, he's going to be stuck in this cabin. Yeah. This is a life lesson, Hagrid. Not everybody is going to like you. You got people close to you that care about you. And that's all that matters. So Hagrid likes that Dumbledore will accept people with talent despite family background, and implies that people like Maxine being ashamed of who they are. Like, yeah, I'm glad he got out of his funk and was just like, Dumbledore is a real one. Whether it's family background, they have some kind of mistakes that they made when they were younger. He sees the good in people, sees that they can change, and gives them a chance. And he's done that many times with many people. And I mean, like, just think about it. We know Harry for sure, because Harry's always getting into some trouble. And Hagrid, obviously. Lupin, obviously. And Snape, obviously. So, yeah, Dumbledore is willing to look past some things if he knows that, you know, people are genuinely trying to change. Or don't have any ill will overall, that it's society that doesn't like them because of, you know, being a werewolf or half giant. So at this point, Hagrid is just like, I feel like we have some similarities, Harry, and I want you to go out there and win and show everybody that you don't have to be a pureblood to show talent to win this. Like, you got it. I believe in you. So at this point, Harry's feeling a little guilty that he hasn't been trying that hard, and that he's kind of been ignoring Cedric's hints. So he decides to, go to the prefect bathroom, sees Myrtle there, and Myrtle's upset, like, you haven't visited me in a long time. Where you been? So, she said that she sneaks in sometimes to peek at the prefects, but not to speak to anybody. So, basically, she's been a peeping Tom, and watching people take their baths. Ma'am, stop, please, immediately. The Mer People's song was a bit longer. I put, but past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back. Yeah. If you go past that hour, the thing you cherish is gone. Harry saw Crouch's name on the map in Snape's office. Harry is trying to figure out why Crouch has not been seen by anybody, has been giving orders by Al, and somehow he is in Snape's office right now. So he's moving about, blah blah blah, and he falls, and he gets stuck in one of those trick steps. I guess one of those things around the castle that, as you come every year, you just remember, like, okay, when I get to this staircase, I need to go past this. Harry's kind of panicked right now. He falls into this stair, and he dropped everything. He couldn't get his foot out. Filch came through, thought it was Peeves. He's flipping out. Snape came. He saw someone broke into his office, and he's like, only a wizard could break into my office. It wasn't Peeves. Moody popped up. Okay. He knew he could see him. So, yeah, so Harry's freaking out because he knows Moody just can look over and be like, what the and Snape is like, someone stole some ingredients from my office. So he's flipping out over there. He told Snape about the map and he figured it was Harry's. So yeah, he thinks that Harry is always doing crazy stuff. So he's like, has to be his. He's not wrong though, it is Harry's. Moody said he'd have to tell Dumbledore about him having it in for Harry, and Snape stopped and just left. So basically he's like, it's very suspicious how you just keep going in and blaming everything on Harry with no evidence. Should I go tell Dumbledore about, you know, how you're acting right now? Because if we really thinking about, like, okay, nobody knows that this is Crouch Jr. He's kind of scared of Moody, and they're both, the real ones are suspicious of each other. So he doesn't want Dumbledore or Moody to be thinking that, you know, he might be up to something. So he just walks off. So Moody knows about the map now and admitted it was Crouch who broke in. Naturally, Moody could not take his eyes off this map. He's like, what the fuck is this? I should be saying Crouch Jr., right? Crouch Jr. was out here looking like, bro, this map is crazy. He asked to take it. He said he could make good use of it and looked at it like a treasure. What an amazing treasure indeed, bro. Like, can you, bro? I was flipping out when I read this whole thing. Listen to me. You know, I don't know if y'all realize, but I can look at stuff objectively for the most part and be like, okay, if I was a villain, if I was out here plotting and I seen one of the boys that I'm after has a map. Okay, I'm out, like I said, I'm out here plotting, doing stuff I'm not supposed to. He has a map with people's names that he could see where they're going in real time. So he's thinking he saw my name. Okay, I can't say that Crouch wasn't here. I could just make it seem reasonable that he would be out here looking for stuff, right? So he's like, boom, bam, that was Crouch, yeah. But he's looking at it thinking, okay, how can I get this from Harry? Because am I going to have to, like, imagine in your head, am I going to have to kill him to get this map? Because there's no way you can walk away after seeing this map. You can't let him walk away after seeing this map. He could show someone else that Crouch has been moving this way and that, or he could figure it out himself and see Crouch has been moving around this corner and then Moody popped up. You need this map. So then not only that, but it's gonna help you if you're plotting. Now, instead of in the middle of the night trying to get stuff out of Snape's office and do whatever crazy stuff you gotta do, there's no danger anymore. I know where everybody is at any given time. That has to be the most amazing. I bet he was doing a little dance after he got that map. Because I would have, what the heck? It's smooth sailing. And he just gave it. He just handed it to me. He had to be so happy in that moment. Oh. So happy. So yeah, Crouch Jr. has the map now. So the crew thinks that Moody is there to keep Igor and Snape in check since he was searching Snape's office. That's a reason, like, yeah, if you think that they're still Death Eaters, do random checks on them. So they mentioned that Dumbledore is giving Snape a second chance. Yes. Hermione said Dumbledore was right about Hagrid and Lupin, so he's probably right about Snape. Yeah. So yeah, it's at this point I could understand not wanting to blindly trust someone else's judgment. But when has he been wrong so far? I can't think of anything at this point. No, I can't. About So I would trust it too. Not at any. Okay, let me reword that, because I would say that I would trust that Snape isn't trying to kill me, but I wouldn't trust him in everything, because Snape has some problem. Like he be tripping for real. He's, because especially in the book he's way worse. So he be tripping, and we already know he hates Harry, but we know that he doesn't like want to murder him, you know. So of course Ron doesn't think so. He's like, Snape is, you know, he was a Death Eater, he's crazy. Hermione said it's suspicious that Crouch can come here but not to work. Yes, Hermione, very, very suspicious. Why you can't go to work? Why you can't come to any of the events? Like, so Hagrid continued with the unicorn class, which everybody loved. Fred and George are the ones who sent them to McGonagall. So that moment in the movie when what's his name, Moody sent Ron and Hermione, like, oh yeah, don't forget, like McGonagall wants to see you guys. That was actually Fred and George. Harry couldn't stand letting people down and saying he was too young and went back to the library, but he ended up falling asleep. Dobby found Harry like 10 minutes before the trial started. He tells him he needs to go there. Like, you need to go to the lake. You need to save Ron. Like, he's the thing that you would miss most. So he's the one that's down there. Dobby is the one who gave him the gillyweed, and Harry was a bit hesitant, but he said that he heard McGonagall and Moody talking about it. Another hint, you know, Moody out here screaming what could help Harry. So that whole scene with Moody, Neville, Ron, and Hermione didn't happen. Basically, Fred and George sent the two off to McGonagall, and then Dobby is the one who gave him the gillyweed. I wonder if they didn't put Dobby in it that much because they didn't want to put that in the budget. Probably so. So Crouch is still missing. He is not there. Percy was there to judge. He's, you know, acting all weird as usual. And the other headmaster looked upset that Harry actually showed up. The audience was, you know, laughing and whatever. Because he, you know how he was acting all weird and choking and all that stuff when he took the gillyweed. He said he had a sharp pain in his neck and realized he had gills and flippers. That had to be horrifying. Like, because he was basically suffocating. Like, he was choking because he couldn't breathe. You gotta get in the water. So, when Harry was underneath the water, you know, he still had the moment where something was trying to drag him beneath the weeds. And he ends up seeing Myrtle. Once again, they didn't put that in there. Probably trying to save a little bit of money. And it was just a moment that was it really needed? I don't know. But Myrtle was there telling him where Ron was, but she didn't want to go because the mer people don't like her. So during that moment, I guess he was hearing, I don't know if it was I think it was the mer people who was warning him that your times have gone, so tarry not lest you want to not lest what you seek stays here to rot. So Yeah, hurry it up unless you want Ron to die. Harry tried to borrow the spear from one of the mer people, not having it. They laughed when he tried to save the others. Cedric had a bubble around his head. So, I'm trying to... Cedric... He might have had the same thing going on in the movie, huh? Crumb had transfiguration was horrible, but it got enough where he was able to swim and breathe under the water. So remember when he had the shark head? I don't think that was supposed to be. I don't know if that was what he wanted it to be, but it's still like it. It probably was though, because why would you turn into a full-blown shark? How are you gonna cut her off the thing if you're a full-blown shark? But I don't think it lasted that long either. So yeah, they were scared when Harry pulled out his wand. He gave them till 3 and they dashed off. They came back and saw him struggling. Harry was scared that they would, drag him off and eat him. Like, he don't know what these people are about. So yeah, he got them out the lake. The mer people came up and they were actually smiling and happy. I'm pretty sure they didn't want to put that in the budget, but yeah, they weren't actually trying to kill anybody. They were just going along with what Hogwarts wanted, to do this little trial, be a fun little thing. Make sure that everybody follows the rules. And they gave a little clap for Harry. Ron was saying that Harry was dumb to think that Dumbledore would actually try to kill them. But, I mean, that's true. But in a crazy situation like that, like, they didn't give him any time. Like, this is literally the night before. And they're just thinking about, my loved one is underwater with mer people that I know nothing about. And I need to save them. They're not thinking, well, Dumbledore would never actually do this. They're in panic mode. And of course Harry said that, it was easy to say that while he was asleep and didn't see any of the dangerous stuff going on. Crumb mentioned that Hermione had a beetle in her hair and Harry thinks he wanted her attention after saving her. But it was another hint for us. Harry was regretting saving the others. Yeah, if now you're realizing they would have been fine anyway, I could have been in first place. Yeah, I would probably be regretting it a little bit too. Bagman said most of the judges think that he should get full marks of not Igor, of course. He got 45 points. Crumb didn't look happy. And was trying to talk to Hermione, but she wasn't listening. She was over there cheering, going crazy for Harry. And, he wanted a little bit of attention. Like, I just saved you. And, this trial shows that I care about you, right? Like, look at me. Oh, poor Crumb. Harry said he was going to buy Dobby a pair of socks for every day of the year. Because he would have been... Because even though he got the hint from Cedric, he didn't have any time to actually look for anything to, breathe underwater. He didn't find anything to help him. So, yeah, Dobby came through. So we learned that Dumbledore put the hostages in a bewitched sleep in McGonagall's office. He did tell them it was safe, so he actually communicated with them. It wasn't just a straight up kidnapping and knocked them out. After a week, Ron made it seem like he was kidnapped by 50 mer people, so he was hyping it up, making himself look all cool in front of the other students. So we get an article where they're talking about Harry Potter's secret headache and Hermione toying with both boys. So they're saying, she's flirting with Harry and Crumb. So she also got some information from I put Pansy. That's one of the Slytherin girls. I don't know if I got the name right, but that she thinks that she made a love potion, and Ron was like, bro, I told you she was gonna go after you. Hermione wondered how she knew about Krum wanting to visit her, and Ron was pissed just from that. He's not thinking about anything else except the fact that Krum wants Hermione to come to his spot. And Hermione was, a little blushing a little bit. But yeah, that is a good question, Hermione. How did she know that? That was a private conversation. It was only nobody was really paying attention. It was a heated thing on, like, where did she find that out? The beetle. As they're talking and da da da. This is all during class, so Snape took 10 points off for Hermione talking about her life and 10 points for reading an article in class, and he was reading it out loud, trying to embarrass her in front of everybody. So basically, he hates Harry, and then he tries to belittle Hermione, all like the whole thing with her teeth, and anytime anybody, like the Slytherin folks, say anything about her being a mudblood, he just ignores it. Like, he's so irritating. And he tried to provoke Harry, calling him a nasty little boy who thinks rules are beneath him. Like I said, Snape is something else. He was basically, I feel like he was just trying to pick at Harry so he could take more points off for Gryffindor. Oh, I think he also mentions that he knows that Harry stole from him. This is when he showed the truth serum, like saying, like basically threatening that he could get him to tell the truth about stealing from him. Sir, now you're out here threatening students. Okay. So Igor came into class, and of course this is middle of class, so he just stays and waits for everything to be over. And it's because Snape has been avoiding him. He talks about, the mark, and it's never been so clear since, everything happened. What has it been, like 14, 15 years? Something like that. It has never been so clear. So he's freaking out about it, and he keeps going to Snape about. My thing is, why is he going to Snape so much? Like, what do you expect him to do exactly? That's the part that I don't understand. We meet up with Sirius in Hogsmeade. He has been in his dog form this whole time, and we learn that there has been articles where they talk about Crouch being missing since November, and the fact that Bertha is still missing. And Sirius has been really thinking about this, and he's like, Bagman is kind of suspicious, like, and because he's thinking when they was in the box, he was around Bagman and the Malfoys, so either one of them could have took his wand to make the dark mark. Reasonable. I would assume Malfoy's off the rip because we know for sure that they're Death Eaters. But Bagman has been very suspicious. And Hermione mentions, like, oh yeah, like, we ran into him in the forest, and he didn't know anything that was going on. We don't know where he was at. And Ron is kind of like dismissing Hermione. And, he's telling Ron, like, you need to like, Hermione's right. You don't know this man. And that is definitely suspicious. And he also talks, about the fact that, you don't know what a man is like until you see him and the way he treats his inferiors, not his equals. And I feel like, so that definitely applies to Crouch. The whole thing with Winky, we started talking about the fact that it's suspicious that he had Winky stayed in the box but never ever ever appeared. Like, where were you that whole time? So basically he's saying it's suspicious that he had Winky save him a seat, not show up, advocate for the tournament, and not show up for that either. So that is 1000% suspicious. Like, okay, all this stuff happened, and then Harry's wand was missing. Then you advocate for this dangerous tournament to happen, and then Harry somehow gets put in the Goblet of Fire, and you don't show up for that either. Like, so he talks about how Crouch has had issues for a while, like since Tom came into power the last time, that he was very extreme, and he was saying that Crouch had sentenced him without a trial. That's crazy. And it explains, because I was like, I remember I mentioned that he must have like not been saying anything when he was questioned and went through trial. He didn't have one. They saw him giggling in the street, heard the muggles say that he did this thing, and that's that. Still baffles me that they just took words of muggles. Especially when it's a known fact that they can manipulate their memories and stuff like that. I wonder if there's some kind of spell to tell if their memories have been tampered with. So he also talks about how bad Tom's reign was, and Crouch was okay in the beginning, but he started getting ruthless. He ordered to kill and not capture. There was no trials really. Use of the unforgivable curses. So I think he was able to get away with that because people were so afraid. But it, like, yeah, bro, okay. Not only were people allowed to use the unforgivable curses, but you also weren't giving people trials, so they couldn't defend themselves. And then when you found people, it was like shoot to kill, and not like, that is so extreme. The fact that he got away with that and he's still in the ministry is like crazy. It's crazy. Crouch was going to be the minister until his son was caught with the Death Eaters. So that also shows why people were saying that Crouch hates his son. So he said that Crouch let his son have a trial, but he thinks that he just showed how much he hated him. Everybody could feel it in the room. He was about 19 when he was in Azkaban. He screamed for his mom, and after a few days went silent like all of them. He was not in Azkaban though, because he died about a year after he arrived. But he was visited on his deathbed with Crouch and his wife. I knew right then. I was like, that's when he got out of prison. They helped him escape. That part is crazy to me, because when that whole thing happened, we'll talk about it in a minute. Let me not skip ahead, because it's right now. Okay. So he held his wife as they left, and never came for his son's body. Wife died soon after. So Sirius said it doesn't make sense he came to Snape's office. Okay, stop right there. He was visited by Crouch and his wife. He was supporting his wife to even walk out of Azkaban. Then his wife died soon after that visit with her son. So basically, his wife died in place of her son. Like, she took his place. It was after that moment, it's obvious what had happened, Okay, so Snape knew more curses than anybody when they were in school, and almost all of his old friends were Death Eaters. I can see why more people are suspicious of him if most of his friends are Death Eaters, but it also shows that, he will be the perfect spy because he has always shown promise in dark arts and has had, quite a bit of Death Eater friends. Moody was tough, but he didn't kill people. So that makes it even crazier, the fact that people look down on Moody. And bro, y'all was actually killing people out here. He was just arresting them. And somehow he is the one that's looked down on. So Sirius said that Bagman is lying. Bertha isn't forgetful. She was a gossiper in school. She was always out there being nosy. He thinks that more than anything, she was a liability. For gossiping. She would find out information, go and blab it out. So he doesn't know why Bagman is saying that she was a forgetful person. She ain't forgetting none of that juicy gossip. She's about to spill all the tea. Now we're back at the school. We go to the kitchens and visit Dobby. And we give him some presents, And we see Winky there. She's full on just still having a breakdown. She has let herself go. She's been wearing these dirty, dirty clothes. And she's been drinking butterbeer. And, they're like, butterbeer, why is she drunk though? House elves are extremely, 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 extremely lightweight. So, or lightweights. So it don't take much. So she's been having a hard time. And, later on, Hermione gets some hate mail. She's been getting hate mail. She got at least 5 letters, and one of them she gets at the table, and it's this girl going off, and she curses her, and she ends up getting boils all over her hand, and she's like, when I get some more money, it's gonna be on, sis. So Hermione is having a hard time because it's all kind of weird, like pus and stuff coming out of her hands. Hagrid's back at work, and we have Nifflers at his lesson. So they're these cute, fluffy treasure hunters. So I think basically what he did was dig this huge hole, hide gold coins, and each person has their own, and then whoever gets the most of the gold coins get a prize. That's the type of thing they were doing. So Hagrid admitting to getting hate mail too. His article, people was going crazy because he's part giant. Ron realized during this lesson though that the leprechaun gold disappears after an hour. So the money that he gave Harry gone, and he's like, Harry, why didn't you say anything? Harry's like, bro, I didn't even know it disappeared. Like, I wasn't looking for that money. And then Ron is like, so you don't realize when your money is just gone? That's how you got it like that? Harry's like, bruh. Oh my gosh. So at that point, Ron's like, I hate being poor, bro. It ain't it. Oh, Ron, I feel so bad. So Hermione is having, like I said, she goes to the nurse's office, get her hands bandaged up, but like I said, she's having a hard time. They're still pretty bad, and she swore to get Rita back. She's been getting hate mail, still getting hate mail. She's getting howlers from these little girls for like the next week. They suspect that Rita wasn't on the grounds but found out about the combo. So they're like, how is she not? She's banned from being here, but yet she's figuring out the conversations that we had. she wasn't supposed to know about the stuff with Crumb and Hermione. Right, Ron and Harry are saying, "Oh, maybe it's bugged," and she's like, "How many times I gotta tell y'all that? First of all, nobody can't have no type of stuff like that." She said it can't be bugged. Electronics go haywire around Hogwarts, and Ron keep disagreeing with her. And Hermione said she got too much stuff to do. She don't have time to be arguing with him. But I think she gets a little hint there when he said something about bugs. So, I had forgot to mention that they had sent Percy a letter asking about Crouch, and it came around Easter time, and his reply came around Easter time, and he said, "Don't bother him, he busy." But he has been getting letters from Crouch. He knows his handwriting, like he knows that it's him. Okay, Percy. So the champions see the maze grown in the Quidditch field, and they talk about Hagrid is the one who grew that maze. It took about a month for them to do that, and that he was the one who was going to supply the magical beasts to be, fighting them inside the maze. Crumb took him to the forest because of the rumors about Hermione. So yeah, he's jealous. He's like, you know what? I'm a little suspicious because, first of all, Hermione talks about you a lot, and now there's rumors that y'all are dating. Harry's like, bro, we just friends. I'm not dating her. So Crumb was happy about that. They started complimenting each other on their flying skills, because Harry's like, bro, I watched you in the game, you was good. And then the Crumb's like, yeah, I see your flying skills, you got it too, I see you out there. All of a sudden, Crouch Senior comes out of the forest. He's like, he don't even know what he's talking about. He says he needs to talk to Dumbledore, but he's also muttering random things. They don't know what he's talking about. He's talking to people that's not even there. He looks like he's been walking around for days. And they don't really know what to do. They're very suspicious of this. He told him about Tom gaining power, his wife, he didn't tell him. He just said what happened to his wife and son was all his fault. Harry wasn't really listening. He was just like, okay, I gotta go get Dumbledore. Which, I mean, he was listening, but he wasn't trying to keep listening. You know what I'm saying? Like, he heard what he said, but he wasn't trying to stay there and listen to what else he had to say, because he wanted to go get Dumbledore, especially because he just asked for Dumbledore, and he's a little scary right now. So yeah, I can understand why he would try to dip. So Crumb stays with him. So this is another instance where Snape pisses me. I think this might be one of the worst things that Snape has done so far, up until this moment, because Harry is frantic. He's running through the halls. Snape stops him, and he's like, I need to see Dumbledore. I seen Crouch. He's freaking out. Snape is ignoring him. Well, not ignoring him, but he's like, oh, Dumbledore is busy right now, and he's smiling. Like, he's enjoying the fact that Harry is frantic. He doesn't even care about the fact that Crouch, someone who has been missing, just popped up on school grounds. I feel like, we don't know for sure, but you definitely helped Crouch Jr. do what he needed to do, because you held Harry up, wouldn't tell him where Dumbledore was. Like, if I was Dumbledore, explain to me why you stopped him, why you didn't tell him where I was at, especially if he told you about Crouch. Explain in full detail why you did that. Because now you look suspicious. Like that. Dumbledore came out, and when Harry was frantic, he went with him immediately. Explain why we walk, okay? So he told Dumbledore about him mentioning Bertha, his son, Tom. When they got to the location, Krum was stunned, and Crouch was gone. Moody magically appeared. He knew, like, okay, bruh. Obvious once again. You seen Crouch on the map and you handled that, or you heard it, then you went and handled that. Then you came back, popped up, oh, how can I help? So what I put right here is that he had to see him on the map, and he probably already killed him before he came. Duh. So Igor is convinced that it's corruption going on. You guys did something to my student. You guys are plotting. Krum, not Krum. Igor, be quiet. So he's still rattling on, talking about stuff going on with Crouch. They're part of that. Somehow manipulating the Goblet of Fire and getting Harry in the game. Doing something to Krum. It's all a plot. So Dumbledore told Harry, don't do anything, don't send owls. At this moment, I was like, he knows about Sirius. So Hermione thinks either he attacked Krum or someone attacked both of them. Most likely the latter. Yeah. Some happened in that forest. So at one point, I guess he mentioned that Bertha was dead and that he thinks his son is still alive. So Ron thinks that Snape was in on it. Yeah, I would think that too. You stopped me from getting the information out when you knew it was some crazy nonsense going on. So they're trying to get information out. They get to the Owlery and see Fred and George, and they're talking about blackmailing somebody. We don't know what's going on with that. Ron said that they can't tell Percy because he might pull a Crouch and turn them in. Reasonable, because I think he would do something. Like, it's kind of crazy how they make Percy's character, because in most of these situations, he always chooses other people and his job before his actual family. Like, I can't comprehend. I know people probably really do this, but it's like, you don't. These are people you grew up with your whole life. These are people you spent every day with. Like, this is your mother, father, your brothers, your sister. Like, you are choosing your boss, the ministry, continuously, even further on in the next book, over your actual family. I think Ron is right. He probably would try to turn him in. Moody, I guess they talked to Moody about it, and he said he didn't find him on the map, and he didn't know how he left, but he isn't here. You know what's crazy to me? The fact that we've been talking about it and I forgot already. When we talked to Sirius, was that before we seen Crouch on the map in Snape's office? Because I feel like even if it's like not okay, we should be telling him, oh yeah, I seen Crouch on the map. I guess Harry didn't want to tell anybody that he had the map, but like, I just feel like some of these situations could be, you know, not happening if we just talk to each other. But this is just like real life. A lot of probably bad situations that have happened to all of us could have been avoided if we just communicated with those around us, right? So I'm not going to blame Harry for that. But you know, he tries to hype them up, and he says that Hermione has the makings of a Omrar. That's the bounty hunters, right? I don't even know if I said it right. But you know, she blushes, and he said he heard from Dumbledore that they are trying to investigate, but to just leave it to the Ministry. You know, don't go out here and try to be detectives. Go back and let us handle it. So Sirius kind of says the same thing, like promise not to go out alone, don't leave from Gryffindor Tower, and that someone could have been lurking to stop Crouch from getting to Dumbledore. Yeah, definitely that. Nobody is attacking him because they could have done it in the forest. Hermione says it wouldn't have looked accidental. Hermione with the brain, like, if they plotted and did all this to get you into the Triwizard Tournament, it's because they want your death to look like an accident. What use is it to kill you in this forest where it looks like you were killed on purpose? So Hermione and everybody's like, okay, we need to get ourselves together. It's too dangerous out here for us. So they start practicing. So they're doing stunning spells, and of course, Ron is a target practice. He got hit like 5 times. He's like, you know what? I think it's Hermione's turn. Oh gosh, he was ready to switch out. So they were talking about doing hexes as well, and I'm proud of them. They trying to protect themselves. They're trying to learn some new spells to make sure they can handle themselves in a crazy situation. So we get to Trelawney's class. She's doing her thing. It's all smoky and weird in here. Like, ma'am, open a window. So that's what Harry does. He goes to the window, opens it a little bit, ends up falling asleep. So he had a vision of seeing Tom yelling at Peter about making a mistake, but after receiving an owl confirming a death, he will be spared, but use the torture spell on him. So once again, Harry is seeing actual visions of what's happening. So Peter was supposed to keep Crouch Sr. under lock, and he escaped, but someone else handled business. So he's gonna let Peter survive this time. So he woke up in class freaking out, holding his scar. I think he was on the floor, like it was hurting so bad. Trelawney is so excited, trying to figure out, oh, what happened in your dream, Harry? I can help. I can help figure out what it is you're seeing. I can help interpret what it... Ma'am, back up. It was nothing. I promise you. Oh gosh. So he went to Dumbledore's office, just straight there, like, but I gotta go, bye. Straight to Dumbledore. And he remembered once again he did not know Dumbledore's password. So he was naming all this stuff, and one of the guesses was cockroach cluster. That's the password. That is disgusting. I don't care what it is. I don't care if someone told me this is one of the most delicious things you will ever eat in your entire life, I would still be hesitant. I would be like, are you sure? I promise you it's the... Why is it called that? What's the ingredient? Like, is it cockroach? Is it just shaped like... That still would freak me out. Okay, it's not a cockroach, but it's shaped like one. Is it cockroaches in it? Like, I don't know. I would probably would eat it, but I would be hesitant, Okay. So, this is the point where, you know, in the movie where Harry walked into Dumbledore's office and he heard Crouch and Dumbledore kind of going back and forth. So the minister said he doesn't see a connection with Bertha and Crouch. Fudge said it was probably Hagrid or Maxine. Dumbledore was like, "You being prejudiced right now." This is the moment where we discover that Fudge is an idiot. This is the moment where I'm like, this dude is a buffoon. You say it's no connection between Bertha and Crouch. Bertha went missing in a place that we said that we knew Tom was at. Crouch, his son was a Death Eater. He's been missing since the Dark Mark appeared. But that's not connected. Right. And you think, even though you know those things happen, you think that Hagrid and Maxine, the people who have half giant blood, are the ones who did it, because their people are known for being, you know, violent. Okay. So this is when Moody Crouch Jr. says that Harry is there, and Harry said that he didn't see Maxine and she would have had a hard time hiding. Thank you, Harry. Like, stop. Like, so Dumbledore, Fudge, and Moody went to search the grounds. So he waited in the office, and you know, this is when Harry was he came across the little basin thing. So it was in a cabinet. He opened it. I feel like in the movie it was out in the open. It wasn't like hidden behind anything. They made it seem like in the book it was in a cabinet that was like maybe cracked a little bit, and he seen like a glowing light or something and went and was being nosy. So the basin was covered in runes. It looked like light made of liquid, like the contents inside of it. So yeah, light made of liquid, wind made solid. That sounds kind of crazy. That just sounds like smoke to me. I can't think of anything, but still it has some kind of... That's a crazy description, right? Because you're like, I want to know what that is. I want to see it for myself. He figured he shouldn't touch it, but he put his wand in there. And he just saw a memory inside the basin and tried to get closer, like a closer look at it. And that's how he got into it. So he did the thing with his wand. He seen something like swirling around. He seen it was a memory, and he couldn't really see. It just looked like kind of like a super high up bird's view of what it was. So he's trying to get closer and see, and his nose touches it and he gets into the memory. So he said it looked more like a dungeon, and it was like 200 wizards facing a chair with chains on it. And the mentor brings a prisoner inside the room, and it was Igor. And Igor and Crouch looked a lot younger. And Moody was saying that if he knew if he had enough names that Crouch would free him. And this is when Harry realized that he still had both, like, his regular eyes. He didn't have the fake one going on. And he also mentioned that it took him 6 months to find Igor. Dumbledore said that he didn't like the Ministry working with the mentors. So yeah, we knew from the jump that Dumbledore didn't like them. But it makes complete sense. Like, these... Like, we we find out that they are these dark creatures that don't really listen that well. Like, they've said that they will take someone's life even if they know they didn't commit a crime, just like we know that it tried to take Harry's life. So he talked about a man torturing muggles, and Moody said it, like, he probably, like, you saying someone did this, but you probably helped do it. Rosa, a man who fought to the death, took the chunk from his nose. And as the trial is going on, Igor was panicked because both of the people that he mentioned are known Death Eaters. Rockwood was a spy in the Ministry, so they got that in the bud. And Snape, we learned that Snape was a Death Eater, but switched sides. Moody looked to not believe that, you know, he was actually helping them. So another thing that was different was that we will see more than one memory. So we go to another one, and it's a trial where Crouch just looks tired and a lot colder, hardened, and just not having it. Bagman, we get his trial, and he is being suspected of being a Death Eater for giving information to a Tom supporter. And he's just like, bro, I was hanging with a friend and they tricked me into giving them information. And Rockwood promised me a job. You know, it was a family friend. I thought he was cool. Nope. He was a spy. So nobody voted for him to go to Azkaban. All these people was fans of his because, you know, he was a pro Quidditch player. So then we get to another memory where there is 4 people on trial. So one of them is Crouch Jr. There's a woman there, and you know, they're talking about the fact that they tortured the Longbottoms, so Neville's parents. So they said that they tortured his wife to get him to talk, and we know that both of them were tortured and can no longer function. So they were having fun with that. They went above and beyond. And the woman on trial was saying that, you know, Tom will be back. He will reward us for our efforts, for keeping our mouth shut, for still supporting him. You know, after everything, he will reward us. Junior was crying during all this. He was freaking out, saying he didn't do this. It wasn't me, Mom, because his mom was there at the trial. Mom, don't let him do this to me. Da 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 da. I would never. Da da da. So he's trying to get some sympathy from his mommy. So he was screaming. You know, after the lady was talking about being rewarded, he was screaming like, "I'm your son! Like, how could you do this to me?" And Crouch Senior was like, "I don't have a son." So, yeah, we popped back into real time, and Dumbledore wasn't upset. You know, he was just like, you know, I understand. He said the basin was a Pensieve, and he actually showed him, like, just like the movie, he took one of the memory that just happened and put it in there. So we actually saw it swirling, and we seen Harry's face in the basin, and all of a sudden though, his face turns into Snape's. And, you know, he was talking about the dark mark, and I was like, I don't understand what just happened with that. I didn't get what was happening. Um, I guess in that thing, it was talking about like the marks and it coming back. I don't know, but he was telling Harry that, you know, curiosity isn't a sin, but just be cautious. Harry never listens. He's gonna keep going out here. So another thing, he shows him another memory of Bertha. So he showed Bertha when she was at Hogwarts, and he was asking her why she followed this boy who ended up teasing her for kissing a girl. Like, okay, so basically, Dumbledore is trying to show him that, you know, Bertha was this, you know, she was nosy and she would get herself in trouble. So yeah, you need to be careful. Like, look how she turned out. Is that the kind of, like, that's how I interpreted it. So back on track, the whole reason we came to Dumbledore's office in the first place was to tell him about the vision that Harry had. So he lets him know about that, and he asks like, "Oh, you know, was your scar was hurting because you had the vision with Tom?" And then Dumbledore said that he's been talking to Sirius, and that's how he knew that he was having pain with his scar. Yeah, they've been communicating this whole time. It makes sense. Why would, I mean, that's an ally. You know that he didn't actually do anything. You know, he's gonna keep in touch. So they were saying when he's nearby or when Tom feels any kind of hatred, his scar starts hurting. They're connected. So they wonder how he was holding a wand without his without a body. Yeah, because this whole time Harry has just been seeing like the chair and the person facing like Peter facing him, and how is he doing like the spell on Bertha, how is he using the spell on Peter when he did something wrong. We don't know. So he's saying that people are disappearing like they used to when Tom had power. Bertha's missing without a trace. Where Tom was known to be, Crouch disappeared from Hogwarts, and a Muggle nobody thinks is relevant, yet he was from the same town Tom's dad grew up in. So Frank from the beginning of the book, he's gone missing. So they're saying that all that stuff is coincidences. But you know, Dumbledore knows what's up. So Fudge is, like I said, he's disagreeing. These things are... Fudge. I know. Okay, I need to... I guess I haven't gotten to anything crazy in freaking Order of the Phoenix yet. I'm still working on that book. But at this point in time, Fudge is so... Because people say they hate her more than they hate Tom, and at this point I hate Fudge more than I hate Tom, because I mean, I guess I can't say, like, okay, realistically we should all hate Tom more than anybody, because I guess sometimes people really forget this dude is the cause for a lot of deaths, a lot of anger, a lot of like Dumbledore said, he's good at causing discourse and, you know, mistrust of others. He likes to tear people apart so he can insert himself. So he's very good at that. Like I said, he's killed a lot of Muggles. He's killed a lot of wizards. We should all hate him. He killed our main character's parents. But at this point, I feel like Fudge's ignorance and his need for, I guess I want to say power, because this is all about his position in the ministry. He's a fool. Like, he's risked everybody's life for this job. And the fact that people are agreeing with Fudge, so none of y'all have common sense. All these things linked together. All this is cool. I feel like even if I knew nothing about the situation and somebody told me about all these links, I would be like, yeah, they're connected. Like, there's no way that's all coincidences. And this is a man who was around when Tom was around. And yet, but, at one point, Lupin has said, in the next book that this is all fear, people do dumb things when they're afraid. I feel like multiple people have said that, but I feel like it's more of his position in the ministry than actual fear of losing his job. Let me get off of that. So Harry asks about Neville's parents, and we learned that they were the little what do they call the bounty hunters? Y'all, Auroras? Something like that. So they tortured them to get Tom's whereabouts. So I'm assuming that, because when they first was talking about the trial, I was like, oh, in my head I was thinking, oh, this must have been, just when Tom was about, they was torturing people to get, just like they were this whole time, all these years that he's had power, they were just torturing people to get what they wanted. But no, they tortured the Longbottoms because they thought that they knew where Tom was. They did not believe that he was dead. They didn't believe he was gone. So they tortured them to death. Like, not to death, but to the point where they couldn't function anymore. Yeah, this is when I realized that they weren't dead. I put some exclamation points. They aren't dead. What? I thought this whole time when everybody was acting like shifty, I thought it was because they were gone. But no, they just, couldn't function anymore. They're in the hospital and they can't remember Neville. They don't know. That's so sad. At this point, we don't think, that Bagman or Snape is a part of these dark wizards. Well, Dumbledore doesn't think that. And Harry's like, why don't you believe that they would be a part of this? And Dumbledore said, that's between us. So that was the end of the conversation. Like, it's not time for us to know about that yet. So he asked Harry not to talk about Neville's parents to anyone. That's his business to tell. I agree with him on that. He told Sirius and the crew everything. Had to spill all the tea. Which, I mean, they deserve to know. Especially if they're going to be running into danger with Harry. They should know everything that's going on. As Harry was getting ready for bed, he was just thinking that, Neville may have it worse than him. Like, yeah, my parents are gone, but just thinking about it, like, would you rather your parents... I don't know, because we don't really know the state that they're in. Are they, like, can they not move anymore? Can they not speak? Or is it just that their memories are gone? They can't... I don't know. But still, Harry's thinking, like, my parents are gone, but, it's not to the point where I would be in their face and they don't know who I am. Like, that would be so hard. And I'm pretty sure this hit a lot of people because I know that a lot of people have to deal with different types of trauma in their life, whether it was something crazy happened, someone got in an accident and it messed up with their memories or their bodily functions, or if someone has a mental illness and they don't know who you are. This is someone you love, you cherish, and they don't know who you are. So Harry is sympathizing with Neville, and I love their relationship. Even going, with the next book, Neville's the homie. Neville's the homie for real. The crew is learning a lot more about curses, to help Harry out. Ron thinks it'll help if they all become I'm gonna stop saying it. If they become bounty hunters, y'all know what I mean. So Sirius keeps reminding him to don't take any risk. Harry, I know how you are. Every year at Hogwarts you get in trouble. Please stay in your dorm. Oh shoot. So him and Dumbledore are just trying to protect him. I get it. Harry gets it somewhat. Hermione keeps trying to remind him they care about you. So the newspaper came out on the day of the last task about Harry, and they were saying that he was disturbed and dangerous, saying he's unfit to participate and even attend Hogwarts. Talks of him being unstable, that he collapses, his scars hurting all the time. Draco reveals that he can speak Parseltongue, and he's friends with werewolves, giants, and we all think he's worthy of investigation. I feel like, okay, they don't have no defamation laws. The way she is attacking his character is crazy. She's going so hard on this teenage boy, but it's selling. Hey, that's all that matters, right? And it sucks too, because how they present a story. If you don't know Harry, if you never meet him, hey, I'm gonna listen to this trustworthy reporter. So Hermione is still kind of pissed off, and she says that she's gonna be looking for methods that Rita could be using to figure out all these private moments. How did you find all that stuff out during the second task? How did you find out things about Harry collapsing? How are you talking to the students on Hogwarts when you don't have access to Hogwarts? So Hermione's about to figure this out. She got it. So yeah, this is the day of the task, and the champions get visitors. The families get to pull up. Harry is a little worried. He's like, dang, I don't have nobody. This sucks. I hope the Dursleys don't come, because I don't need that stress in my life. They probably don't want to come here anyway. And it warmed my heart so much that the Weasleys came. I was so happy. So Bill came, the Weasleys pulled up, and they're just showing love, making sure Harry knows that they're there to support him and they care about him, and just, hanging around Hogwarts for a little bit till the trial starts. And Cedric's dad, he said that he must not be as full of himself since he caught up, Cedric caught up in points, and said Harry didn't try to correct Rita, and that Cedric beat him before. So why are you trying to go after this kid? But Miss Weasley said he knows Rita lies. That's why I'm so confused why he's attacking Harry so much. Okay, you want your son to win. He's one of those fathers. You know how people talk about those crazy parents that are at sporting events? That's Cedric's dad. Because it's you work for the ministry. You know that Rita lies about everything that goes on with y'all, but somehow she's telling the truth about Harry. I don't know. Stop trying to get into his head before the task starts. Percy has been called in because they don't think that the instructions were from Crouch. Miss Weasley has a little stern face when seeing Hermione until Harry said that she wasn't his girlfriend. Miss Weasley, like I said, she probably just thought that Hermione was a distraction, that she really might be with playing with both boys' heads. And even though she said all that stuff about Rita, she's probably thinking like, that girl is always around my boys. Like, who knows what she's doing. She probably made all kind of situations up in her own head. As we get to the task starting, Harry was saying that it felt like the maze was luring him into a false sense of security. So it's kind of like, so it's already playing tricks on his head. It's making him feel like, oh, everything's gonna be all right. Just come a little closer. He was the only one not getting attacked until he saw a Dementor did one of the stag spells, and he realized at that moment that it was a Bogart. Thank goodness we don't need no. It makes sense because Hagrid said it was just supposed to be like the things that they deal with at school and like other like mystical beasts, so they wouldn't use a Dementor, especially because Dumbledore does not like Dementors for nothing, and Dementors will literally probably try to kill somebody for real, for real. He heard the floor screaming and ran through the mist, and it had him upside down. So at first he was kind of hesitant to go through it. He's like, and then he heard her screaming. He's like, oh no, oh no. Went through and stuck. So all he had to do was pull his foot out, and boom, bam. He couldn't help but thinking, one down. Which I could see that. She's a competitor. Hey, when we was doing the reaction, I definitely was like, I'm about to go get this little, I'm about to touch the trophy real quick. So we run into a Scroot, and it's fully grown. Why did Hagrid make this? Why did he put this in the maze? This thing is horrifying. It's 10 feet long, and it looks like a scorpion. It's armored and it's shooting fire. Of course, I think it does injure Harry. I think, did he get a little burned? And is this when his leg gets hurt? We'll see in a second. So Krum was attacking Cedric with unforgivable curses, and he hit him, and then Harry froze Krum. So when that whole thing was going, when his eyes was kind of glossed over in the movie, oh, that was that moment he was using unforgivable curses, and that makes sense that, why would he do something like that if it's going to get him disqualified or even arrested? Makes no sense. So he's definitely being controlled. And I guess, and during the movie, I couldn't tell that he was using the unforgivable curse. Harry did the sparks for them to collect Krum, and so the Scroot wouldn't come eat him when they walked away. Yeah, it probably really would. Harry saw, after they split up, because it was just like, oh yeah, we did that thing, go our separate ways. So Harry ran into a female Sphinx, and it made him do a riddle. So it's either saying like, leave, like do the riddle, or leave and I won't attack you, but you can't get past me. So do it, get past me. You don't want to do it, okay, leave, go that way, Oh yeah, and the most important part, that if he guesses the wrong answer for the riddle, it's going to attack him. So I wrote it down. Wait. Okay. First, think of the one who lives in disguise, who deals with secrets and tells not but lies. Tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally, give me the sound of often heard during the search for a hard to find word. Now string them together and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Ma'am, can I walk away now after you? I know you said, okay, I'm not getting it wrong though, ma'am. I haven't given the answer. Can I just go? I'm going to go back that way because what the did you just say? What are you talking about? What? And Harry, it's a spider? What? Bruh, there's all more, like, I don't know, y'all. It's right. Hey, we got it. So he saw the cup and a spider came from the left and just boom rushed Cedric. Harry's spells wasn't working on it. They attacked at the same time and it worked. So extra, more power, double the spell, hit, boom, bam. We got the little spider. Harry told him to take the cup and Cedric said he should because he saved him twice. This is true. Oh, and you know how I just said about if Harry got attacked during the scroot or whatever? No, I think it was the spider. Anyway, they went back and forth about why the other should take it. So cute, so adorable. It makes more sense why Harry said they should both take it. Like, yeah, we both did this and that, so let's just both put our hand. So at first I was like, why are we both putting our, like, why are we sharing the glory? But Harry is like, I helped you, you helped me, not just with this trial but all the other ones. We protected each other. It makes sense. Let's just do it. And it's still going to be both. I mean, at the end of the day, it is going to be a Hogwarts champion who wins. So we could do it together. Harry's leg is so bad that Cedric had to help him. He had to help him to the cup. They were still in the graveyard, and he asked if Harry knew it was a portkey. Nah, bro. We both touched it. We both didn't know what the fuck was happening. We're here now. They thought it was still a part of the task. That makes sense. Because, I mean, it was very shady, but it was still like, when they explained it in the book, I was like, okay, I could see how they would think that. But like, I felt when I seen it in the movie, it just felt like Harry should have known. I don't know why. Did he see it in any visions? I don't think so. Was it just because they showed the Riddle name on the tombstone? Is what made me say, y'all should know, look around, we got to get out of here. So they saw someone coming with what looked like a baby, so holding, pulling up with the arm out, like, so they trying to figure out what's going on. When they got about 6 feet away, his scar was hurting. He heard a voice saying, kill the spare. So that's when, Cedric died just standing right next to him. In the movie, if they made it seem like, I feel like when they said that in the book, it felt like Cedric was right here. In the movie, he wasn't. But in the book, they made it feel like bro was standing directly next to him. I don't know if that was just my brain taking it literally that he was standing right next to him. But Bruh, that's so horrible. He felt numb in disbelief. I mean, it sucks because, yo, and it makes Harry's feet that much crazier with how injured his leg was that he couldn't even walk to the cup. And now Cedric just died next to him. He's in shock. And, you know, Peter comes, drags him, ties him to the gravestone with enchanted rope, and it's, you know, head to toe. When the man hit him, he realized he was missing a finger, so that's when he realized, oh, this is freaking Peter. But you know, he gagged Harry, so can't say nothing. This is when we see like the bundle that he was holding is being all squirmy and moving around, and Harry's freaking out because it's a humongous snake just circling the grave that he's tied to. And of course we're assuming that it was the one that was in the beginning of the movie. And Peter revealed the bundle. The size of a child, hairless, scaly, dark, raw, reddish black, like, oh gosh. The face was flat and snake-like with red eyes. Harry is just freaking out, like, what the fuck am I looking at? What is going on? How am I gonna get out of this? Peter has a look of revulsion on his face holding this thing. Yeah. And Tom can feel that revulsion. That's why he was saying that stuff before, that he didn't think that Peter wanted to be around him, that he was just there because he was scary and thought that he could protect him. They're doing the little potion, and this is when they drop Tom into the cauldron, and Harry off top is thinking, bro, I hope this thing drowns. Ew, what the Tom, please don't come back up. So Peter puts in the bone and his hand, and it was the liquid was red. When they put Harry's blood inside, it turned white. Yeah, Peter is going through it on the ground, just grasping his arm. Harry is still hoping that this thing is dead, but in a fog, a man appeared. His hands were like long pale spiders caressing his body. Scarlet eyes, pupils slit like a cat, nose like slits like a snake's. Yeah, he's about just as disgusting as they describe him. Tom used his wand and threw him against the gravestone. He still did that little the spell with the dark mark. So what they weren't telling us, that it was a call. Tom was wondering how many of his Death Eaters would actually come and which ones would stay away. So Tom admits to killing his own dad, and he proved himself useful only in death, which is basically using his bone to bring his body back. He was saying, he started going to a whole spiel like, oh, my dad lived on that hill, he abandoned my mom, she died in childbirth, and you know, I vowed to kill him after I was raised in a Muggle orphanage. That's just how my origin story went, you know. So Tom said his true family returns. The Death Eaters are arriving. They all kneel to Tom. They're kissing his robes, you know, they're all groveling. And Tom said he smelled guilt in the air. Yeah, They thought he wasn't coming back, and they didn't help him do nothing. So he was wondering why they never came looking for him. They knew that he guarded himself against mortal death. So he thinks they pledged allegiance to Dumbledore. One came forward and apologized, and he used a torture spell on him. So, yeah, I'm with... Okay, I was going to say I'm with Tom. No, I'm not. But what I mean is that I understand what he's saying. You guys pledged your allegiance to me, followed me, believed in me, and when I get injured, y'all skedaddle and say that you were controlled, you had nothing to do with nothing, you know, you were never a part of my group. Not only that, but you never came looking for me. And don't pretend like you thought I was dead, because you knew I had protections against dying. I cannot. That's what he says. There has to be a way to kill him. But it's probably just extremely hard. Anyway, he's saying I have protections against death. So y'all knew I wasn't dead. Where were you at? Tom still called Peter worthless, but healed him. Tom thinks Lucius had fun with hurting muggles, but he ran when the dark mark came up at the World Cup. So yeah, he's just saying like, bruh, you just like, you are one of those people who plays righteous. I'm a pure blood, I'm so amazing. You have fun hurting muggles, but what, you're not really about that life. And on top of that, say you really did believe all this stuff about me being dead, yada yada. When you seen the dark mark, you still didn't do nothing. Nothing. So Tom speaks of breaking into Azkaban and getting the mentors and giants on his side. Six Death Eaters were missing. I guess what he was saying was that 6 of the Death Eaters didn't come to the call he just made, and the rest are in Azkaban, which we're gonna try to break them out. And one of them is at Hogwarts, spying, plotting. You know, this is what we do. Lucius asked how he got power, and you know, at this point, I care more about what was going on with the Potters, because Tom admits that Lily protected him and the curse rebounded back on himself. So when Tom tried to kill them, Lily protected them, and it basically was like it mirrored back, and the curse that he hit them with hit himself. And so basically it was like his spell is what injured him. He hurt himself. He nearly killed himself. So that's why he's so upset, because people think that this child, you know, killed him, but it was basically his own power. But anyway, it was so painful, and doesn't know like what he was. He was just like a spirit. But his experiment worked, since he was technically supposed to die. So when he did those things to protect himself, he wasn't 100% sure if they would work, but that was some confirmation. He was supposed to die with that spell that he hit them with. I'm assuming though that it was the killing curse, and he's so powerful that he killed himself, but he had protection, so it just made him into this weird like spirit, the one that we seen in the first movie. Yeah. So he stayed in the forest and waited for his Death Eaters, who would do a spell that he couldn't do himself. He started with animals, preferably snakes. So he was putting himself in these animals and waiting for these Death Eaters to come and help him. So basically, he could have came back in power a long time ago, but nobody came for him. He said one day a young gullible wizard came and he took over his body. The Hogwarts professor in the first movie, the one that he took, and he was living on the back of his freaking head. Yeah, I can't believe, how can you be that stupid? I don't understand. Like, that's not gullible. That's pure, like, I don't even know. You need serious help. This dude is a known killer, and there's no way you can tell me that someone who is a wizard doesn't know who Tom is. So I'm gonna assume that at first Tom didn't say who he was, and the boy, like the guy, just took. There's no way I'm letting somebody take over my body or get inside my body. I don't care who they claim to be. It's not happening. So I feel like the only way you can convince somebody of that as Tom is to say that you're not Tom. Say you're somebody else, get into his body, and then be like, oh, it's me, you gotta help me. After the whole thing with that movie, he returned to the forest. He gave up hope that anybody would come for him. And a year ago, Peter returned to him. Whew. Peter. So this is when we learn that Peter had stopped at an inn and saw Bertha on his way to find Tom, and convinced Bertha to go on a little walk with him. Peter overwhelmed her and brought her back to Tom, and she gave up so much info. So, you know, she also included that there was a Death Eater who could serve him. There's someone that can help you. His body was too destroyed and he couldn't possess her or Peter. Does that mean that her body was too destroyed? It could be either one. It was probably both. But I feel like it was talking about her, because who would want... I don't know. So, yeah, obviously he used dark magic to get his power. Peter wanted him to use any wizard, but Tom knew that he would be stronger than ever if he used Harry, and he would have that lingering protection from Lily's spell. Smart on his part. That was his plotting paid off. Peter is scary. He doesn't want to get too close, and he's just like, oh, let's just use anybody's blood to just get this thing. Okay, it might work, but the fact that this is his enemy, this is someone with a strong connection to him already because of previous fights, and like he said, Lily's protection spell, I hope they go more into detail how that, maybe they won't, I don't know, but it's like, so I thought it was just like a one-time thing, like once that thing hit, oh, it was a protection, boom, bam, but I didn't think that it was still lingering on him, like, after all these years. He is saying that Harry is better protected than even he knows, especially an ancient magic that makes him safe when with his family, his blood relatives. So that basically, when people were saying you'll figure out later why Dumbledore makes Harry stay with the Dursleys, is this ancient, I'm assuming that this is the ancient magic they're talking about, that when he's with them, it's protecting him and no one knows where he is when he's not at Hogwarts. He used Bertha's info to help him get to Harry. His servant made the port key, and Tom used the torture spell. It felt like Harry's bones were on fire. Tom is just so angry, and I feel like they did a wonderful job with that whole scene in the movie. Well, let me say it like this. The acting was, I mean, overall, it was good. It was definitely better in the book, but I just mean that the execution from the actor who plays Tom was very good. You can feel that anger, that resentment. He's been stewing for over a decade, and he wants to kill Harry. He wants to humiliate him. He wants to torture him, and he's not gonna stop until it's done. Like I said, his bones felt like they were on fire. His skull felt like it was being split open. He just wanted to black out and die just to get it to stop. So I'm assuming, because we had this used on us in the dark arts class, right? That's the same spell. So we're just gonna assume that he wasn't using it to its full power, because he, like I said, he's still at the school. He still needs to play a part. He just wants to give them a little sneak peek of what it would be like. And hey, Harry said this is way worse than what I thought it was. Tom was saying he will be allowed to fight him, so there'll be no doubt about who's stronger. So yeah, he figures if I just kill him outright, people are gonna say that I was scared to fight him if I just leave him tied to this tombstone. So we gonna duke it out. Makes sense. Harry considered running, but his leg is too injured. There's at least 30 Death Eaters surrounding him. And Tom is talking about bow to death, Harry. He wasn't gonna give him the satisfaction. But you know, Tom made him do it with a spell. Harry is so strong. Like, I feel like most of this is instinct. A lot of these situations have been instinct. We know that he's usually scared in these situations. But yo, because Harry was scared. He just wanted to die. He was trying to run away. But then as he sat there, like when he was hiding behind the tombstones trying to get away, he's already hurting. He's like, bruh, it's no point of doing what a psycho wants you to do, because they're gonna kill you anyway. So you might as well just do it now, because you just want me to bow. Like, the satisfaction of getting Harry to do it without the spell would have been so, like, he would have been gloating, especially because he has an audience. So Harry was like, no, I'm not doing that. Make me. So Harry is screaming because of this spell or this torture curse. Tom asked if he wanted it again, and he wasn't gonna play his game. He's not gonna beg. Tom, do whatever you want. This was pissing Tom off too. So yeah, he was screaming, I won't. Even while the torture spell was going, he thought he was going to die. But he was like, I'm gonna be like my father. Like, I'm not gonna hide or kneel. Take me out. Take me out. Like, okay, all these people around, you trying to make me beg. No, it's not happening. Do it. Hey, Harry is like, a lot of us want to say we would do that in that situation, but we haven't been tortured. So, and how he's explaining it, bro, and he's already injured. Harry was going through it for real. They start dueling, and when they do the little spell and it's connecting, it's way more intense. it feels more intense. I always feel like when you get to hear the point of view of the characters instead of just seeing it, it feels a lot more like you feel so connected to them, because Harry is like, what the he's freaking out. The spell is so intense that it's like lifting them off the ground. And Tom doesn't want anybody to interfere. He's telling the Death Eaters to stay back. They have this like dome, this golden like transparent dome covering them, and yeah, they're going at it. So he heard a phoenix song, and it was giving him hope. And it was something telling him like, don't break the connection, whatever you do, don't let it drop. And you know, like I said, the beat of connection, it was going back and forth between Tom and Harry, and the closer it got to Harry, the hotter it felt. It was vibrating his wand. He was just shaking, trying to hold on. And as like the more he concentrated, it actually started going closer to Tom, and they described Tom's face getting kind of panicked and scared. Like, wait a minute, is he actually fighting back? Like, is it possible that he might be stronger than me? Is he gonna win? He was just astonished at this point. So once he concentrated on the bead touching Tom's wand, it slowly got there, like and once it touched the wand, it was like a echoing scream, like as if the wand was in pain. Like, there was so many details with this fight. It felt more intense in the book, and just the fact that Tom was getting scared as well. A gray smoky body of Cedric came out of Tom's wand, and he told him to hold on. The Death Eaters were stressing outside the dome, pacing. Most likely they're trying to come in and bum rush Harry, but Tom would have been pissed. Even if he was close to losing and dying, he would have been pissed if they stopped it. But then, you know, all of a sudden the old man comes out, Bertha comes out, and they're trying to encourage him, whisper like, you got it, you can do this. And Harry's mom and dad came out, and Tom was looking terrified. Like, the victims that he killed were coming out of the wand. He don't know what's going on. His dad spoke to him and said they can only linger for a few moments, but he must run to the port key. Like, we'll distract him, but you must get over there. And at this time, like like I said, they were encouraging him. They're also whispering all kind of crazy stuff to Tom, but they don't explain, like they don't say what they're saying, but basically they're trying to disrupt his concentration. So once the connection breaks, they, you know, bum rush Tom, and Harry is dashing off. He's weaving through these graves, and that part was way more intense, especially because we know that Harry's leg is injured. I don't think, was it ever injured in the movie? I don't think so. That makes it so much scarier. Like, but I feel like everything is adrenaline at this point. We don't even feel the leg. We're just trying to get out of here. So yeah, he was just, as he's darting through the graves, he hears Tom scream. He stayed on the ground clutching the okay. As he's dodging, because I said Tom screamed. Let's go back a little bit. Like I said, he's darting through the graves. I forgot to mention the fact that there's 30 Death Eaters chasing him, and Harry is still thinking about Cedric. I'm gonna do what he wants. I'm gonna honor his wishes. I'm gonna get both of us over here. He gets to Cedric's body, and you know, the Death Eaters are like, oh, what you gonna do now? Tom's all getting close, like, you know, we've got you type thing. And the port key is all the way over there, But Harry uses the spell that brings the portkey to him, so it gets to him just in time. They're being whisked away, and that's when Harry hears Tom screaming, no. I'm pretty sure he was chewing them Death Eaters out. A few of them probably got tortured for not catching Harry. Even though it's partially Tom's fault, he's not gonna admit to that. But yeah, Harry got away. So, like I said, that Harry was still on the ground clutching Cedric. And Fudge told Dumbledore he should tell Cedric parents about what's going on, that he didn't make it. And Dumbledore told Harry to stay right here, like, don't go anywhere. Immediately, Fudge drags him to the hospital wing, and then Moody pops up. Moody made him drink something. Who knows what it is. Moody asked him a lot of questions. If Tom forgave the Death Eaters. Still weird. What? So Harry remembered that it's someone at the school. Someone at the school is helping Tom. So Moody said he knew who it was. And that Igor ran away once the dark mark started burning. So when he made the call, gone. Nobody knows where he went. Moody said he put his name in the goblet, and he asked again if he forgave the ones who never looked for him. And he had his wand all in Harry's face. So what he's worried about is the fact that he was serving his master, and he did all this stuff, put himself in danger, gave his life for him since the beginning, obviously. And these Death Eaters have been living their best life, doing what they wanted to do, and Tom basically just forgave them. He might be messing with some of them, but at the end, they're still alive. But I feel like that's just necessity. He doesn't have anybody else. He needs soldiers, so he's not going to kill any of them. He doesn't have the luxury to do that. He wants to build an army, so why would he just kill them? Because it's not like they betrayed him, but it wasn't like, oh, they snitched. It was just, oh, they're too scary to come get me. Everybody's scary. It's only a few fanatics, like the lady who went to Azkaban and Crouch Jr. Those are the extremes that we've seen so far. So he can't, at the end of the day, most of these Death Eaters are going to be like that. They're just trying to gravitate to the person with the most power. When it's not there anymore, they dart away. So he's pissed off that Tom wasn't going after the Death Eaters. And he said he had to contend with Harry's stupidity. He had to he put a book in Harry's room to help with this second trial. And if he asked anybody, especially Neville, he would have known about the Gillyweed. So basically he's saying that he was trying to make so many situations happen for Harry to easily win these trials, but he's so stupid that he could never figure anything out, or he's just stubborn and wouldn't ask anybody for help, which is bro, he's a normal teenage boy, and he is stubborn for the most part. I wouldn't say he's stupid. I would just say that he's an average kid. Y'all put him in this situation. Why do you expect him to just, oh, I'm gonna open my trunk and just find the book magically? He's gonna be looking in the library. He's gonna think like anybody else. I know what I have in my stuff, and I don't have anything like that. So he stopped many of his obstacles as well, especially in the maze. I'm pretty sure he was the reason nothing was attacking him at first. He was the one who stunned Fleur, and he used the manipulation curse on Crumb so he could attack Cedric. While he's talking, Harry could see these figures in the mirror. You know, the one in the office in the movie where he was saying something like, was it something like his enemies appear? Something along those lines, like people actually appear in this mirror. I can't remember the exact functions of it or what he said, but the figures ended up being Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall. So Crouch Jr. said that Tom would think of him as a son if he killed Harry. No, he wouldn't. Like, in your perfect world, well, it wouldn't be perfect. Okay, if you were able to kill Harry and get out of Hogwarts with nobody finding you, he would probably kill you. He has said many times that Harry is his to kill. So for you to think that if you do it, he's gonna think, you just have daddy issues. That's what that is. You have some mental issues, and you also have daddy issues. Those are just going at each other right now, because Tom will be so pissed off. He's waited 15 years to do this, and for you to take it away from him, it's not like this is the last chance for him to attack Harry. Not that we want him to, but I'm just saying, like, you're just acting crazy at this point. At this point, he's going on a whole spiel saying that he has similarities to Tom. They both have disappointing fathers. They had the same names as their fathers, and you know, they both got to kill their fathers. This is true, and I didn't realize it till he said it. They both had fathers that didn't care about them. They both had the exact, they were both juniors, and they both took their dads out. That's not a good thing. You're creepy. You guys both need to be in Azkaban. Harry finally realized why Tom was scared of Dumbledore after he knocked Moody unconscious. He could feel the power just radiating off of him. So we got to see a little bit of his power. He just BAM! And just scattered them all over the place. So he knocked him out. McGonagall tried to take Harry to the hospital wing, and Dumbledore was like, nah. Now we need to know, we need to understand what happened. And you know, he's trying to tell Harry, like, the first step is acceptance. This happened to you. We got to get through this. We're not going to... He's telling this to Harry and McGonagall because McGonagall is trying to protect him. But it's like, he went through something and he needs to accept that it happened. And he needs to start right now. Don't try to hide him. We just need to make sure that he is properly handling his trauma. And still, not only that, this is important. Like, don't baby him right now. We need to know what Tom is up to, and if people are in, like, is it immediate danger? That's what we need to know. And this is what I was looking for in the freaking movie. I think I mentioned it a few times at the end. I'm like, so are they gonna ask Harry anything? Are they gonna ask who was there? Are they gonna ask what? They basically made everybody look stupid, because why wouldn't y'all ask none of these questions? Why wouldn't... I don't know if they expected us to think that it just happened off camera, or that we should have known from the books. I don't know. So Dumbledore said he knew it wasn't Moody because he wouldn't have took Harry from his sight. So that's why he came looking for him. He asked Snape for his strongest truth potion, which is the one that he was threatening Harry with when he was talking about him stealing stuff. He told McGonagall to get the black dog from Hagrid's pumpkin patch, and he'll see him soon, and call the house elf Winky from the kitchens. So now we're trying to get this trunk open, right? So there's this huge thing of keys. We're just trying to. So the difference, they actually had to open each one. That was a whole thing. So they finally get to the real Moody, and he is missing chunks of hair. His fake eye is gone. His the wooden leg he has is gone, and he just looks like he hasn't been eating, like someone's been starving him. Crouch Jr. ends up changing back because he didn't take the polyjuice on the hour. That part confused me for real, because he just instantly changed back. I don't, was it right when he took the potion, the truth potion, when he changed back? It was either like right around that time that he changed back, and I was like, oh, okay, like I guess that's what that was. It was something to also, you know, turn him back to what his true form is. But no, he wasn't taking it. And that's why he has huge chunks of hair missing, because he had to keep making the polyjuice potion because he has to take it every hour. And he's been taking it for the whole school year. Every hour. Bro. So, they asked him how he escaped, and I knew it. Of course, it was his mother. They both took polyjuice potion and switched because she was already sick. So I didn't guess that part. That I didn't even think about how they could have did it. I just knew like, oh, she switched, and I didn't care about nothing else. So yeah, they explained it to us. I'm glad they explained it to us. They used the polyjuice potion, switched places, and she ended up, you know, dying. His dad used the manipulation curse on him, and the house elf was nursing him the whole time. So he was basically just on house arrest. But it was worse because it's like he's using the curse to make him compliant, and is like, what kind of life is that? When the mom sacrificed whatever amount of life she had left, I'm pretty sure she didn't think that this is what his life would be like. So for these 10 plus years, he has been in Crouch's house, just going through it. I'm not that he didn't I mean, I don't want to say he deserved that, because that's still kind of torture. Like Senior was basically torturing his son. He hadn't tried to get away or anything, and Winky said that she thinks that he deserves to get out, that he loves Quidditch and all that, so we should take him to the World Cup. They use an invisibility cloak, and that's why she was in the box, because freaking Crouch Jr. was right there next to her. He was watching the game. When we were talking about, Bertha was saying that there was another Death Eater who could serve him. This is who she's talking about. She found out about Crouch Jr. still being alive. So his dad had used a memory charm, and it permanently affected her. So when everybody was talking about she was scatterbrained, she became that way because when she found out about Crouch Jr., he did something too intense, and it permanently altered her. Winky was sobbing, telling him to stop talking, and Winky was saying, yeah, like I said, that she convinced the dad to take him to the World Cup. They didn't know that he was gaining his power back, that he was able to move. And that's the moment that he took the wand. So when Sirius was talking about somebody took his wand in the box, he was correct. He just didn't know that Crouch Jr. was still alive and that he was hiding in the box. So the Death Eaters gave him power from seeing how they played with muggles and you know, they never suffered or even looked for Tom. So basically hatred is what powered him forward. He was at the World Cup seeing them, you know, like I said, basically humiliating the Muggles, destroying the campsite, having fun, still wearing their wearing the cloaks and the masks, but not really being Death Eaters. You guys want to have fun and hurt people, but you're supposed to be serving Tom. You didn't have to suffer like I had to suffer. I've been sitting in this house under this curse for like I said, more than 10 years, and some other Death Eaters are been in Azkaban being tortured by Dementors, and y'all been living y'all best life. So that's why he threw the dark mark up there. Winky pulled him to the woods. His dad knew he was there, and he dismissed Winky because she failed to keep him in control. Sir, this is all your fault. You're trying to blame everything on Winky. And the thing is that even though he knew, like, okay, that's the part that's crazy too, because it's like he actually had to care about his son. And it just hit me right now, because why were you protecting him? Let me backtrack. Was it him protecting himself? He didn't want to admit that he had been holding him in his house illegally. He helped him escape from Azkaban, and then he was controlling him with an unforgivable curse. That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. Because I'm about to say, why not admit, like, oh, it was my son who's out here plotting, doing stuff. And that, I mean, but he set his own self to get captured too. You know what's going on, so why wouldn't they take you? Like I said, Tom came for him at his house, cause you know he broke through the spell. Cause when he was torturing Bertha, that's how he was torturing her so much, he broke through Crouch's spell, and learned about Junior. And he put Crouch underneath, he put him under the manipulation curse. So Dumbledore is pissed off hearing this about everything they did, that they've been manipulated this whole time. They played right into their hands. And just the fact that a lot of this could have been avoided if people looked for Bertha. Like, I feel like if they followed the trail closer to when it happened, they could have figured out what happened to her. The fact that, you know, how easily it was for them to get onto the grounds. The fact that he was able to just walk around willy-nilly in the school. The fact that he killed his dad on school grounds is just so horrible. I'm surprised. Okay, we learned too that when Tom was pissed at Peter, it was this because Crouch was able to run off. Once again, Tom didn't kill him because he needed him to finish his plans, because that's a crazy mess up. Like, we almost got caught because you weren't paying attention to our hostage. But, you know, at this point, he admitted that Harry's map was so helpful, and, you know, it almost ruined everything. And that's what I meant. Like, Harry never mentioned it to anybody. And, you know, if Harry just knew that he was a junior and that it was, you know, if he put two and two together, he could have realized who he was. But yeah, that was the best thing that could have happened, because he trusted him, and so he was able to get the map. So he says that he watched the map till everyone left, and used transfiguration to change his dad's body into a bone and then buried it on school grounds. So at this point, he takes Harry to his office and they tell Sirius everything. And Fox is comforting Harry. He perches on his leg, and Sirius said that maybe Harry can just wait till tomorrow to talk more about Tom and what happened. And Dumbledore was not having that. He just straight up ignored that. He's like, postponing it will just make it worse. He wants him to show the same courage he showed when he was dealing with Tom. He knows he can do it. He felt like he was extracting poison just talking about this. The thing is, Dumbledore handled this very, very well, just in the fact that he wasn't like shaking Harry, no, you must tell, like he wasn't being like super crazy. He was just calmly telling Harry, like, you've been strong this whole, you just fought, you somehow got away from Tom. I just want you to show that same courage and tell me exactly what happened. So, they were shocked about him taking Harry's blood, and Dumbledore had a moment of triumph on his face, and then it just turned wary. We learned that it was a reverse spell effect, that they don't work properly against each other, because you remember Tom and Harry have basically brother wands where they were basically the same, almost the same. Well, they were made from the same phoenix feather, which is Fox, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Said it right in the next sentence. So it was showing some of the previous spells, and it was an echo of the victims in reverse order of the death. So that's why it was Cedric first and then Frank. So it was showing each victim in order, and it wasn't actually, they didn't come back. It was just an echo of who they were. At this point, Fox heals Harry, and Dumbledore said he showed a lot of bravery equal to that of people who stood up to Tom in his prime, and he carried an adult's burden. He's right. Like I said, how Harry was able to stand up to him while he was being tortured, he was able to fight against him, get away. He definitely did. And he really, I feel like, even though it's probably not hitting him right now, he needed to hear that he did a good job. So Dumbledore let Sirius stay with him, but in dog form, nobody can know he's there. Dumbledore told the Weasleys and his friends not to question him, especially tonight, and they all agreed. Yeah, he's been through too much, and I needed to know what was going on because I could actually do something, but you guys want to know just to know. So let him tell you in his own time. The crew was looking a little concerned, and Miss Weasley had tears in her eyes. She's so worried. Of course, freaking Harry was who knows where with Tom. He could have died. She's stressed. Fudge and McGonagall were arguing, and everybody's like, what the heck is going on? So they bust in, and they were arguing because she was the one guarding Crouch, and when Fudge came to interview him, he brought a Dementor, and it killed him immediately. This pissed me off so bad, y'all. I can't even explain to you. He was making it seem like he wasn't even in the wrong. Like, because he said he was crazy for believing Crouch with a smile on his face. So, this dude came to Hogwarts, bought a Dementor that Dumbledore said he didn't want on the premises, and proceeded to just let it do what it wanted to do. The thing is, okay, he's saying he's scared for his safety. There's a whole bunch of wizards. You think this one person is about to kill all y'all? Like, I don't understand what... And him making it seem like it's, oh yeah, that was nothing. Like, he just stepped on a bug and, you know, it was alright. This was a witness to what happened. And now you're saying it's dumb that they believed anything he said. You don't know what was... Oh, Jesus. He was still smiling and said he was just going to believe Harry because of Rita. Dumbledore was pissed, and he was admitting that, like, horrible, not horrible, but that intense power again. I think I wrote that wrong. Did I say he was going to believe Harry, or that he wasn't going to believe Harry? I feel like he was saying that he didn't believe Harry. I might have wrote something wrong. But yeah, no, it was he didn't believe, because then I proceeded to say he didn't believe the names of the Death Eaters, and McGonagall called him a fool. Yes, he's a fool. Basically, you saying I was teleported somewhere, came back. How did Cedric die? Do you think Harry did that? What do you... Everything that has been going on in Hogwarts, are you saying that everybody has been lying this whole time? We had a witness and you basically killed him. Like, you didn't need the Dementor. Why was it there? This don't... I feel like I would have flipped out on this dude. Dumbledore and Harry think he was more concerned about the panic and the Ministry's image than people's safety. Dumbledore said they shouldn't have Dementors in power in prison. They will leave him for Tom anyway. So basically he's saying if they have control over the prison, like you people are making it seem like you have control over Dementors when you don't. They're only listening to you because you give them victims. It's continued to prove that it almost killed Harry. Are you saying that didn't happen last year? And how many times did they do that on top of that? How many times did they attack Harry with witnesses around? And now it attacked a witness, and you're making it seem like, oh, that's nothing. What? You have no control over them. And you're letting them run around the prison. Oh, man. He's telling Fudge he needs to, like, communicate with the Giants. Try to get them on their side, because Tom is definitely going to try to contact them. Fudge is like, oh no, that would ruin my career if I try to talk to... He's still on his... I feel like he's on that pure blood stuff too, though, for real. And, you know, he tries to tell him, like, you know, you just ended a old wizard bloodline, right? Like, you're putting all this stock in pure bloods and, you know, who we can trust because of who their family members are. You just killed the last of the Crouches. and you making light of it. But not only that, look how they turned out. They were all crazy. They were all fanatics, and look how they turned out. The purebloods that you make seem like they should be in power, because you are. This is so irritating, bro. Just thinking about it again. Oh my gosh. Let me calm down. Dumbledore tried to appeal to him, say, like, you know, Fudge, you will be remembered for your bravery to go against Tom and, you know, try to ally with these people who can help us, with these giants who can help us. And he was saying, like, you know, we don't want to make it easy for Tom to destroy the world. If you make it seem like he doesn't exist, you're actually helping him. Fudge called him insane and mad, and Dumbledore said if he doesn't, he'll make his own decisions. So basically, he's like, I'm gonna do my own thing, whether you do something or not. My thing is, why is he making it seem like it's legitimately impossible for Tom to be alive? Did you find a body? So why do you think that it's no way that he could... Rein it in. So at this point, Fudge is taking this as a threat, and Dumbledore said, you know, I'm only against Tom. That's my only, you know, enemy. I'm not trying to do nothing to you, bro. Fudge sounded desperate, saying, like, it can't be. Alright. Snape showed him his dark mark, like, bro, look at this. This came back because Tom is back. He called for us. Why do you think Igor ran off? Have you seen him lately? Fudge didn't hear anything and said he doesn't know what they are playing at, but he will return to discuss the running of Hogwarts. So you saying that this dark mark at the World Cup on previous Death Eaters popped up out of nowhere? It's also a coincidence, and the fact that Igor ran away is also a coincidence. At this point, at this point right now, yes, I do dislike him more than I dislike Tom. At least we know what Tom is about. We know up front he hates all of us. But Fudge is potentially getting other people, innocent people, killed because he is a fool and because he cares more about with what his voters will think besides keeping them alive. So Fudge gave Harry his winnings, and Dumbledore immediately said they need to warn people. You know when Fudge walked out, they need to warn people. We can't say we didn't try. It's going to be in the back of people's heads. The people with common sense are going to be at least a little bit prepared for this. Bill offered to go tell Arthur, and Dumbledore warns that they need to be discreet because Fudge will freak out if they interfere with the ministry, because he's insecure and thinks that this is all about Dumbledore trying to take power from him. He tells McGonagall to get Hagrid and Maxine, and he told the nurse to get Winky to the kitchens, and he told Sirius to show himself to Snape and Mrs. Weasley. Yeah, so obviously we know that he's gonna have Hagrid and Maxine try to talk to the giants, and they need to know that Sirius is still here. We need everybody we can at this point. We need to fight back. We need to let people know what's going on, and we're gonna need Sirius to do that. Harry thought that Dumbledore was looking for a miracle wanting Snape and Sirius to just squash the beef. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna they can be cordial with each other, You know, they did a little handshake, but at the end of the day, they don't like each other. Dumbledore said everything changed because Fudge's ignorance. Um, yeah, if think about it, if Fudge actually believed them and helped them, it would have been they would have been proactive. They would have had the ministries back. That's so many wizards to actively be looking for Tom, to be actively looking for other Death Eaters. Everybody will be aware of what's going on. And hey, with nobody knowing what's going on, Tom has perfect opportunities to snatch and kill people like he did previously, to get information, to do whatever he wants to do, and to gather his army. He has nothing stopping him. I mean, Dumbledore, but I'm saying they could have a huge backing if Fudge was on their side. We're gonna go look for Lupin and the rest of their crew. They basically say that they have a crew, so we need to find Lupin and everybody else and gather them somewhere and just stay put. So yeah, we gotta get reinforcements in. They want Snape to do something, but you know, he turned a bit pale for whatever it was. We don't know. Harry said he didn't want the winnings, and the Weasleys could have it, or anyone. He doesn't care at this point. He doesn't want it. It feels dirty to him, I'm sure, because Cedric died. All these bad things happened. I wouldn't want the money either. Miss Weasley said it wasn't his fault. Harry admitted to asking Cedric to take the cup with him, and she hugged him like nobody had before, like a mother. That tore me apart. Y'all, Harry is going through it right now. He's blaming himself for Cedric being killed. He told him to take the cup and he died. They're giving him money for it and it feels icky. And, you know, Mrs. Weasley is trying to tell him, like, you didn't do anything wrong. Tom is in the wrong. Him and Peter are the ones who took that boy's life. That's not your fault. And she just comforts him, and he's feeling for the first time a mother's hug, and that is so heartwarming and so sad. I'm really glad he has the Weasleys. I've said that before and I will continue to say it. I'm happy about Sirius as well, but you know, at this point he has a mother figure and a father figure. And with Mrs. Weasley, we continue to see her mother henning him, and I love it because he needs it. Even though it irritates him sometimes, he likes it too. He likes that someone is worried about him, someone cares about him, and he loves Mrs. Weasley. So yeah, he's a part of the Weasley family now. Well, he has been since the first book, but you know what I mean. They just keep getting closer and closer. So he, at this point, all he feels is misery. Like, he's just going, like I said, he's going through it. And all of a sudden, Hermione makes a noise, and it's like something happened, and she's just holding something. She's just like, but we know what happened, but she's just like, I don't want to interrupt. Like, I'm not gonna mention what I just did, but yeah, sorry y'all, I just bumped into this thing. Cedric's family cried and thanked him for bringing his body back, and they figured he wasn't in pain. You know, it was quick. That's all they could wish for at this point. They happy that he won. That's horrible. They were having a good time, and their son was taken from them right as he was becoming an adult. Tom is known for taking, breaking families apart. Harry tried to give them the money. They didn't want the money either. So at this point, the school, all the students is avoiding him. The crew didn't ask no questions. They didn't want to put no pressure on him. And he thinks everyone probably believed Rita's story and think he did something to Cedric. He doesn't care at this point. Like, y'all could believe whatever y'all want to believe. I'm grieving right now. Who cares? At this point, Mrs. Weasley's like, I want you to come home with us for the summer. Just stay with us. But, you know, he has to go to the Dursleys. But they tell him, like, it's only for a certain amount of time. He doesn't have to stay with them the whole summer. He can come be with y'all, but he has to go there initially. They don't know why. They just like, okay, I guess. But we go to Hagrid's house, and he talks to Harry, and he's like, bro, you're not okay. You're not okay. You know, but we need to fight Tom. We have to fight back. And, you know, it'll come anyway. So we need to just be prepared. We need to defend ourselves. Hagrid said that he thinks he did what his dad would have done. Every time they mention his dad, I'm just like... Y'all trying to break Harry in my heart even more. I want to see more of his dad. I want to see his dad. I want to see how he was. I know they had the Fantastic Beasts series with his parents. So I don't know if that's them in school or if that's them in adulthood, but I would definitely be interested in seeing that, because the more they mentioned him, I was like, I need to know what he was really like. We learned that he has a secret mission and that Maxine will most likely go with him. Which we know that the secret mission is him to go get the giants on their side. So we get to the dining hall, and Moody was jumpy AF. He was already paranoid, and yeah, he was locked in a freaking trunk for 10 months. Yeah, anybody would be freaking out. Igor is still missing, and they wonder if Tom found him. So yeah, people at this point are thinking that he went searching and took him out for not showing up. Hey. So Maxine was sitting and talking with Hagrid. Snape is staring at Harry like he got a problem. Harry was wondering about if he was a spy again. And plotting with Dumbledore to spy on Tom, and that's probably why he was turning pale. That will make for an interesting story to see how that goes. I mean, I feel like at this point it could work. He could pretend like, just like everybody else, I pretended like you know, I was on Dumbledore's side, but I was waiting for you to come back. So it could work. Very risky though. At this point, we raise our glasses for Cedric. Everyone is panicked when they learn that, you know, Tom is the one who killed them. He said that their parents might be mad that he told them the truth, but they needed to face reality. Yeah. Why are we gonna pretend that it was some kind of accident? Tom is actively out here. These kids are in danger, especially because Harry is here. Like, not saying that it's Harry's fault, but just that Tom is probably gonna do something again, and your kids will be in danger again. So why wouldn't we tell them what's going on? They need to be prepared. And he's trying to tell them, like, you know, this is reality. This is how things work. Sometimes there's gonna be bad people out there, and you gotta just figure out how to get through it. He spoke of Harry's bravery in fighting Tom and bringing Cedric's body back. and everybody rolls their glasses for that too, except Slytherin. You know, they was clapping a little bit for, you know, they was clapping for Cedric, but when it was for Harry, nah. They looked to the Durmstrang and said all students are welcome here and they are stronger together than divided. When there was a question of what is right and what is easy, they should remember Cedric. Yes. Yeah, like I said, we need to remember that this dude is known for breaking families apart, ruining friendships, and he's going to try to get into everybody's head. So they need to remember to trust each other. Remember that they are friends. Don't let him get in between their relationships and ruin everybody's life. So Fleur came and said she might get a job closer to here to get better with at English, and Ron said it's good, and you know that her English was good, and Hermione was just like, you know, I mean, she smiled at Hermione. It wasn't no huge thing, but you know, Hermione was kind of scowling because Ron was trying to flirt and getting googly eyed. But then, you know, Durmstrang, they were saying they could get back because Igor wasn't helping them with the ship anyway. Ron tried to peek at Krum and Hermione talking. And Krum tried to be nice, you know, have a little conversation with them, saying like Cedric was always cool with him. He was always nice. And Ron got over his stuff a little bit. He asked for an autograph, and Krum was a little surprised, but he did it. You know, we get to the train, and Harry's telling everything to the crew. Gotta, you know, he's processed a little bit, so he's able to tell them what happened. They never mentioned Cedric or Tom in the newspaper though, which, once again, I feel like everything that's happened with Tom at Hogwarts, I feel like the fact that nobody knows about it, the fact that Dumbledore is saying that he's back, most people are like, what? Like, they're so in shock because they don't know what's been going on for the last couple years. Hermione tells us that she found out Rita was an unregistered what is it called? Animagus? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The people that can transform. But she was able to transform into a beetle, remember? So Hermione caught her in a jar, and it was at the hospital wing when she made that clattering noise and freaked everybody out. She caught her there. They were talking about the different instances when she got information that she shouldn't have had. So she was on the statue when Hagrid was talking about his mom being a giant. And one was in her hair after the second task, the one that Krum tried to get out. And it was one at the window during the divination class when Harry passed out, or when he had the vision. So that would have been bad if Hermione didn't catch her right then, because she heard for the most part, I'm gonna assume that she heard most of all the stuff about Tom being back, and that Crouch was, you know, actually Moody, and that he was dead. That would have been so bad. Because who knows how she would have flipped that. Just hearing the truth would have been bad, but who knows how she would have flipped it. So they were saying that Draco knew because they saw him talking to a beetle in his hand, which I don't recall that happening, but I'm gonna believe him. Hermione said she put a charm on the jar so she couldn't transform, and she'll let her out when they get to London, as long as she stops telling lies in the papers. Draco came in after eavesdropping. He said that Harry chose the wrong side. Now that Tom's back, the Muggles and anybody who isn't them pureblood wizards will die, and the first was Cedric. I love our crew because they all fired on him as soon as that came out of his mouth. Literally curses flying in every direction. And all him and his little friends was knocked out. So Fred and George rode in there. They're like, what the so they just kicked them out of the they kicked them out of the cart. They were talking about the person that they were blackmailing. Remember when they was at the Owlery talking about blackmailing somebody? It was Bagman. He paid them in leprechaun gold, and of course it vanished, and he got nasty and wouldn't give them the money. He's in debt from gambling with the goblins. So at one point, I guess it was before the game, they made some type of bet, and he was talking about he was supposed to give them money. At the end of the day, he was supposed to give them some money, and he gave them leprechaun gold. So trifling. He put a bet on Harry winning the tournament, and of course he lost because it was a tie. So how much money does he owe? Ooh, he ran. He gave Fred and George the money because he doesn't want it. And I'm talking about the winnings. Because, they want to open the joke shop. So that came back full circle. They're like, oh, for real, Harry? Like, are you sure you want to give us all this money? His only wish is that they buy Ron some new dress robes. Please. Help your brother out. But that's it. Just help him. Don't tell him why you're doing it. They end by saying there's no point worrying. Like Hagrid said, what would come, and he'd meet it when it did. Oh, this was so crazy. So crazy. So good. I see why everybody was like, yeah, the movie was alright, but you need to read the book. This had me so emotional. It had me... I love the mystery. She's good with leaving hints, and a lot of them I feel like I don't get, which I like, because when she gives little hints, like I said, if I had read the book first, because when they were doing the stuff for the Beatles, for example, bro, why would I pay attention to that? Like, but she's low-key leaving hints for us, and like the polyjuice potions and all this other stuff going on. She's telling us without telling us. It's like, are you paying attention for real? Are you putting it together? So, what did I like about this book? I would have to say my favorite thing is that the relationships continue to develop and get stronger and stronger. Harry has so many good people around him now, and they all basically risk their lives for him a lot of time. Like Ron and Hermione are ride or dies. They're always helping him in these situations, and Hermione is the MVP. She's always thinking, she's always paying attention, and she's helping them get stuff handled, and like I said before, she's the type where if someone's in trouble, she's gonna figure out how to get us out this situation. She's gonna work her hardest to get us out this situation. And Ron is the one that's ready to scrap at any time. He's ready to fight for his friends, and I love to see it. The Weasleys overall being loving and protective of Harry. The fact that they came for the family meeting before the last task was so cute. And I know Harry was so happy that they came to see him. And like I said, Mrs. Weasley being so mother hen and protective over him. I love it. I love the fact that they show more of Sirius being protective and communicating and being that person that Harry could run to when something's going wrong. He's always telling him what's happening, even though Harry's like, I know he's not talking, he does all kind of crazy stuff, but at the end of the day, he still trusts him and tells him things. So he has two, like I said, those two parental figures. And Dumbledore, you know, he's protective in his own way. He's not super out there about it, but he lets Harry does what he does. If he tells him, he tells him, but he'll protect him, you know, in the background. And I love the fact that he didn't get wowed when he got back from the graveyard. Like, he wasn't yelling at him to tell him right now what happened. It was just, you're brave. I want you to continue to be brave and tell me what's going on. The thing that irritated me the most in this book, y'all already know, is Fudge. Fudge is y'all see me get upset in this video. I can't even explain to you how upset I was when I heard it for the first time. I was ready to throw my phone. This idiot. You are making it so easy for Tom. You might as well go hold his hand and just frolic through the daisies, because you are making it easy for him to gather. Like I said all this before. It's so frustrating. But we will see the repercussions in the next book. But let me know what you guys loved about this book, what you didn't like about this book. Is it your favorite? Let's talk in the comments. I'll see you guys in the next one.